los gobiernos de la región. Asimismo, las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han tenido un rol protagónico, impulsando nuevos temas y expandiendo la agenda de discusión. La conferencia cuenta con el apoyo estratégico del Fondo de Población de las Naciones Unidas. La quinta reunión de la conferencia se realizará en el Centro de Convenciones de Cartagena de Indias, Colombia, los días 3 y 4 de julio de 2024. Será precedida el 2 de julio por eventos paralelos y actividades de la sociedad civil. Durante el encuentro, la CEPAL presentará el documento titulado Población, Desarrollo y Derechos en América Latina y el Caribe, que constituye el segundo informe regional sobre la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo y analiza los avances en la implementación de las medidas prioritarias del acuerdo a 10 años de su adopción. La reunión contará con 2 paneles temáticos en los que los países miembros y otros actores compartirán sus experiencias y los desafíos para la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo a 30 años del Programa de Acción de la Conferencia Internacional sobre la Población y el Desarrollo, y analizarán los avances y retos para garantizar el pleno ejercicio de los derechos de las personas con discapacidad en el marco de la Agenda de Población y Desarrollo. El Consenso de Montevideo es el acuerdo intergubernamental más importante de América Latina y el Caribe en materia de población y desarrollo. Para transformarlo en una agenda operativa, los países de la región alcanzaron en sucesivas reuniones acuerdos sobre los procedimientos, actividades y responsabilidades sobre el proceso de implementación del Consenso de Montevideo y destacaron la importancia del seguimiento y la rendición de cuentas como componentes fundamentales para velar por el cumplimiento de las medidas prioritarias. Con este objetivo, la CEPAL desarrolló la plataforma virtual para contribuir al seguimiento regional del Consenso de Montevideo, un espacio que reúne las principales iniciativas reportadas por los países y los logros alcanzados con respecto a la población, sus condiciones de vida, el ejercicio de sus derechos y su desarrollo. En otras palabras, procura sistematizar los procesos y los resultados alcanzados en la región para dar cumplimiento a los compromisos asumidos en relación con el consenso. Se trata de un instrumento que se alimenta a partir del trabajo y esfuerzo colectivo de muchos actores en nuestra región, como son los gobiernos nacionales y locales y su institucionalidad, la sociedad civil y sus diversas organizaciones, el sistema de Naciones Unidas y otros organismos multilaterales, todos en la tarea de dar cumplimiento a las medidas.
Hola, muy buenos días.
Good morning, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We ask that you please take your seats so that we can begin with the second day of the 5th session on the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. Please take your seats.
Bueno, buenos días. Vamos a iniciar.
Very well. Good morning. We will begin today's work. But before introducing today's panel, I'd like to mention the following, and that is that at 11 a.m., we request that the delegations for each one of the countries that partook in the negotiation please present themselves so that we can do the final readout. So, heads of delegation, if you could please come to Getsemani at 11 a.m. for the final readout. And with this, we now are ready to start the first panel related to achievements and challenges of the Montevideo Consensus on Population Development 30 years into the ICPD. For this panel, we will have as moderator Ms. Noemi Espinosa Madrid, Special Mission Ambassador for Women's Affairs and Vice President of the 57th period of sessions of the Commission on Population and Development for the United Nations. She will be leading and moderating the panel and will be introducing the panelists.
Bueno, muy buenos días.
Good morning. This is where I should sit, is that correct? Okay. Very well. Good morning, honorable panelists, ministers, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen, CSO representatives, good morning. And it's an honor to be opening this panel that will be talking about the challenges and achievements of the Montevideo Consensus in the context of commemorating the 30th anniversary of the ICPD. I'm Noemi Espinosa, and I'm Ambassador on Special Mission for Women's Affairs in Honduras. Over the 30 years, the ICPD's action program has been key in changing the paradigm of what development means to people, especially as regards the promotion of human rights and of sustainable development globally. ICPD's action program has allowed us to set forth roadmaps to improve populations' status at all levels. If we look at the program and the strides that have been made as regards the consensus's implementation nationally and internationally, we are going to have today the opportunity to reflect upon the major contributions and challenges faced by the consensus 10 years into its rollout. With this, I would like now to give you the biographies of our panelists. We have a high-level panel. First, I'd like to introduce Ms. Epsi Campo, member of the Permanent Forum for Afro-Descendants, or people of African descent. We also have Samantha Marshall, Minister of State within the Ministry of Health, Wellness, Social Transformation, and the Environment in Antigua and Barbuda. Ms. Laís Abramo, National Secretary for Care and Family in the Ministry of Social Development and Assistance, Family Affairs, and the Fight Against Hunger of Brazil, who's joining us online. Ms. Quesada, Minister of the Condition of Women in Costa Rica. You're most welcome, Madam Minister. And also Juan Carlos Alfonso, Deputy Head of the National Office of Statistics and Information, ONEI, of Cuba. And last but not least, Gilma Vieira, Coordinator of Red de Juventudes Afrodescendientes de América Latina y el Caribe. Again, to harness their experiences and take advantage of the time that's been allotted to this panel, we will be having a first round in which we will be presenting three specific questions questions around the three specific topics. First, the achievements and challenges, both old and new. Second, the strategies to bolster the Montevideo Consensus as the regional expression of the ICPD's action program. And third, the role of governments and civil society organizations, as well as other relevant stakeholders, as regards implementation of the consensus as the regional expression of the ICPD's action program. Then we were going to be exchanging ideas on each one of the three topics. You're going to be allotted 2 minutes. Again, this is for the panelists, and I ask respectfully that you please stay within the allotted time so that we all get a chance to speak. The questions were shared with you previously, and they are the following. First, from your point of view, what have been the most important achievements of the ICPD's action program 30 years into its adoption, and the topics to ensure that no one is left behind? Second, what strategies are needed in the short and medium term to bolster the agreement, especially keeping in mind the findings of the second report of the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus? And three, what actions can be undertaken to reinforce the political will of governments vis-a-vis the consensus, and what is the role of the different stakeholders and actors in furthering the rights agenda? First, I would like to yield Ms. Epsi Campo, member of the Permanent Forum for People of African Descent. You have 3 minutes, ma'am. Thank you very much, and thank you for having me in this panel. I'd like to say three main things as regards 30 years into the ICPD and its action program. The first thing has to do with sexual health and reproductive rights. The issue of putting this at the center of the debate, and that women can exercise their own sexual and reproductive rights. That the states can provide the necessary conditions so that we can move forward as regards SRHR. Keeping in mind communities in the countries, but of course women specifically as regards their own personal realization or their attaining their goals as part of the community to which they belong. That, I believe, is one of the themes. This is what allows us to move forward and lifts us to lift the veil over the need to assume sexual health and reproductive health as a key point. The second aspect has to do with the rights of younger girls and adolescents, and them having the possibility of preventing unplanned pregnancy in the framework of the CIPD. In that sense, I'd like to say that there are programs that have had very positive results when we consider that it's necessary to reduce and eliminate teenage pregnancy. Second, I'd like to say that the ICPD opens up the possibility to, via the Montevideo Consensus, recognize the rights of people of African descent. And in this regard, I'd like to mention the fact that at regional level, the consensus does provide an opportunity to understand that no one ought to be left behind. And for this, it is absolutely essential that we take into account the representatives, both men and women, of these historically marginalized groups. In that regard, we've made substantial achievements as regards especially recognition. And with this, I'd like to congratulate you and the United Nations Population Fund and the director, Ms. Natalia Camelo. The fund has been able to bring to the forefront the narrative of the rights, but also set forth an action plan that has been absolutely key. And third, the fact that we need to come to an agreement across the idea that we need to achieve 0 deaths for preventable causes at birth and during pregnancy. This is key to our healthcare systems. I'd like to wrap up with 2 different perspectives. First, that we need to give more spotlight to CSOs because they have the ability to work in the regions directly. This is key. Second, having a better coordinated strategy with the private sector. I believe that there are a lot of possibilities of driving our international agreements if we understand them in the context of the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs, along with the ICPD's and Montevideo Consensus's agenda. And last, the education system and media outlets as key aspects that give us new possibilities to communicate, to reach out, to use social media and traditional media outlets to raise more awareness and to promote the rights of women as well as sexual and reproductive health rights and counteract racism so that we can move forward in guaranteeing the rights of people of African descent. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. Now we're ready to hear from Ms. Samantha Marshall, Minister of the Ministry of Health, Antigua and Barbuda.
Ambassador, and good morning, one and all. As we all know, the Montevideo Consensus has played a real significant role in advancing sustainable development within the region. It has focused on key areas to include poverty eradication, gender equality, youth, persons who who are differently abled, social inclusion, and environment sustainability. As it is for me, one of the greatest achievements of the Montevideo Consensus is the fact that we can come for these reviews. As we progress and we look at the framework, we know that as time progresses, there are changes that we have to make. For instance, within the Caribbean, many of the Caribbean members are not here because their islands have been hit by a hurricane. And we're seeing that climate change is increasingly becoming a priority agenda for many of us, not just the Caribbean, but for Latin America. So these fora are excellent opportunity for us to continue the discussions and to ensure that we stand in solidarity and give the necessary support to those who are affected from time to time. One of the greatest things that I think is that we have our young people, and there are excellent young leaders out there who can continue to carry the message. Doing the work now cannot be sustainable unless we have our young people engaged and involved so that they can carry on the necessary work. That the data that we're able to provide is able to help us in our social development program and plan. Some of the strategies I would think that we should be looking to implement to ensure that we're able to continue with the program of action, as I said, was greater involvement of our youth leaders. And I just want to highlight that the Caribbean youth will be having a forum at 1 today in room 330. That is in relation to sexual reproduction health. So I'm encouraging persons to come out and support our young people. Civil organizations have a role to play. And as a government minister, it would be remiss of me to not recognize the power of people. It is people that we serve. It is people whom we make our policies and our legislation to make their lives better. So we must stay focused. And we must ensure that whatever we are doing in terms of the development and build out of the framework of the Montevideo Consensus, ICPD, Beijing 30 Action, any of the conventions, that we are people-focused, people-driven, and that we allow those voices to be heard to help to guide us to ensure that we make better policies. So I think there is much that we have achieved, but there is still much more that we need to achieve to ensure that we make the lives of everyone a lot better. Thank you.
I thank you, Madam Minister, for those powerful words. And our next panelist is Ms. Laís Abramo, Secretaria Nacional de Cuidado de Brasil, who is joining us remotely, but I think she's there. Señora, tiene la palabra.
You have the floor, madam.
No le escuchamos.
We cannot hear you, ma'am.
¿Tiene silencio su micrófono?
Maybe you're muted?
Lo intentamos de nuevo si no pasa.
Shall we try again? Otherwise, we can move on to the next speaker or come back to you when we've cleared up the issues. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It seems like you can't. Yes, we can. We can hear you. Please, go ahead. Thank you very much. It is a great pleasure for me to be a part of this meeting, even if online. I want to thank you for having me. And I want to greet all the members of the panel. And since we have just a few minutes, I'd like to focus on the main messages that I'd like to get through this morning. I think the two people who spoke before I did, I want to say hi, dear Epsi. It's wonderful to greet you again, even if through a screen. I want to thank you, ECLAC, UNFPA, and Salade for having me again. I'd like to reinforce how currently it is very important for us to reaffirm the importance of the Montevideo Consensus. Specifically in this regard, I refer to sexual health and reproductive rights, especially with a focus on specific population groups. This has been mentioned already, and it's a very important characteristic of the consensus, which is in this region so marked by structural inequalities because of race, gender, territory, age, youth, and migration. All of that is clearly enshrined in the consensus, which talks about it from different viewpoints and recognizes the importance of recognizing such rights. The consensus also exhorts countries to guarantee policies that will ensure the effectiveness of the consensus. This means public policies that help us make progress. We know, however, that this is enough, although it is necessary. Another key point is the following. The consensus and all of the architecture that has been set up around the consensus, including the observatory, lends a very important opportunity and platform for social control on behalf of civil society. I would like to highlight the importance of naming each one of those groups specifically, each one of those population groups, and to systematically analyze their living conditions and whether their rights are being guaranteed. We know, for example, that cognitive disability is one of the most severe forms of discrimination, and if we don't name the peoples, keeping in mind and recognizing the challenges that they face and their living conditions, we're making them invisible. In this regard, I'd like to highlight and thank the work of Salade as regards monitoring and follow up on meeting the consensus's commitments and the strategies that it offers countries in the region, helping them with their population census efforts, especially as regards a census that understands the ethnic diversity and racial diversity. And with this, I mean specifically indigenous communities and people of African descent. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Go ahead, please.
Also, we have all kinds of development to incorporate population censuses to include the LGBTIQ plus group as well as people with disabilities. In the last round of censuses, we have made advances, more specifically in the 2020 round, but we still have many challenges. And I believe that this is a central challenge to what we do. This is absolutely essential work to ensure that nobody is left behind. In fact, it is a condition for development to be effective, equal, as well as sustainable, in accordance with the 2030 Agenda. And this has a direct relationship with the method described in Agenda 2030, which establishes states' commitment to disaggregate data by race, sex, income, migratory status, disability status, geographic location, amongst other elements. Accordingly, I believe that our region has made advances, but we still have a long way to go. If we fail to raise awareness of and make visible different peoples and sectors in our population, as well as their particular challenges due to their living conditions, when it comes to health, education, work, etc., as well as SRHR, we will not have the necessary conditions for their effective integration in development. We must respond to their needs and respect their characteristics and particularities. Of course, through the design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of public policies. These must always be evidence-based and also aimed at breaking down structural inequality. This is very important when it comes to defining the social aspects of public policies. This is the point I would like to emphasize and say that with regards to challenges, we must also continue to advance with the statistical identification and analysis of these conditions in public policies, which are necessary to guarantee fundamental human rights. And perhaps I can expand more on this later on in the panel. It is very important that we are all on the same page when it comes to greater inclusion of people with disabilities. And I would like to highlight something that was said yesterday by the Brazilian delegation, which is the importance of looking at the issue of care to ensure that we have social organization which is equal and just when it comes to care. We must have necessary policies to cover these requirements, and this must be done in a cross-cutting fashion, as is provided for in the Montevideo Consensus. This is fundamental when it comes to thinking about equality in the broadest sense of the word. Thank you very much, Lais Abramo, for your reflections, which are, of course, spot on. Now let's move on with Cindy Quesada, Minister for the Status of Women of Costa Rica. Thank you very much. Good morning to my fellow panelists as well as to everybody else who is joining us this morning. We have already had 2 days of great work and conversation, but beyond the teamwork, we have, of course, advanced with our dialogue, and we are all convinced of the need to implement the Montevideo Consensus, and now it is about concrete action. Our commitment to implementing Montevideo Consensus has enabled us to place fulfillment of better quality of life for historically oppressed groups at the center of public policy. We have a methodology which has enabled us to look at how to align our national development plan with not only the Montevideo Consensus, but also with other relevant goals. And here we are able to see where we are not doing such a good job. I think having this clear path is what has enabled us to have much more focused competencies. And I would really like to zoom in on this. The Montevideo Consensus has an impact on many populations. We have very robust agendas for each of them, but as countries, we know that we have finite resources, and accordingly, we must prioritize our actions. So I was listening to my fellow panelists who've already spoken, and they've talked about priority points. This is what the state must do. We must understand in all of these range of actions that need to be taken, what are the central axes to work on? We have 3 main challenges right now related to the consensus. For example, 0 teenage pregnancies, which is directly related to also the transmission of sexually transmitted diseases, because while Costa Rica has advanced in recent years reducing the number of teenage pregnancies to half of the previous level, we have not been able to eliminate it. We have not reached 0 teenage pregnancies. But this is also very closely related to the proliferation of STIs, especially amongst the younger population. We also need to resolve the historical debt that we have with our population of people with disabilities. They have been included in the consensus, and here we also want to move forward with the Grupo de Amigos, or Group of Friends initiative, and have the relevant measures and measurements to be able to see how effectively we are implementing the consensus and including people with disabilities in the implementation. because it was a very significant omission not to mention them in the consensus. We must also respond to the voices of women and others with disabilities. I will close here by talking about the very important work that we do in partnership between governments with our tools. Costa Rica is very robust when it comes to certain public policies and laws. For example, we have public policy for aging, public policy for early childhood, public policy also for advances of women's rights, both equality as well as attention to and prevention of violence, health services, and also policies for youth. And so this must be spoken about when we consult with the relevant demographic groups and people who these policies impact. We must have constant dialogues and constant partnership. Civil society's position is, of course, fundamental, but we must be very strategic when it comes to bidirectional communication channels so that we can walk hand in hand and face the challenges that we face together. We must therefore look for strategies to improve our communication and also have a social perspective. I am not an activist, but I have worked at the community or grassroots level, and along the way I've understood that dialogue with the political sector and public sector must be open and it must be based on co-construction. We must here work with evidence and respond to demands, always using evidence. We have to find common ground and not continue to antagonize one another. Society must be legitimized through your action, and you also have to help us in providing your ideas for co-construction. That is what I'd like to say with regards to our advances to date and the challenges that we face. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. And now let's hear from the Deputy Head of the National Office of Statistics and Information of Cuba, Juan Carlos Alfonso. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, moderator. Okay. I have to make sure not to use up all my time. So, I have to mention the most transcendental issue here. I realize I'm the only man up here on stage on the panel. When it comes to talking about Cairo and the Montevideo Consensus, that I had the opportunity to participate in, I want to make reference to the hope that led to the developments in Cairo. It was the Conference on Population and Development. What is important here is the relationship between population and development. And then we move forward with the development of the consensus in Montevideo. We have had several achievements over the last 30 years. This is translated into the essence of our public policies. And of course, our population must be at the heart of everything. If you were to ask me what is missing and what needs to be done, well, some things have been fulfilled, others are still lacking. There is no doubt there. Here, I've already made reference to the relationship between population and development. When it comes to poverty, it's not about eliminating poverty, but increasing inequality, because then we will have more issues with indigenous populations, people of African descent, and others, and we won't see appropriate advances. And so I think this is one of the first lessons we must take with us. The other issue at hand is the right to development. As poor countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have a right to development and the opportunity that is recognized and will help us to overcome these issues. And there are strategies, as has already been said. Well, both Cairo and Montevideo must be at the forefront of our agendas. A country's most important priority is its population. No? It's not this, that, or the other. Of course, there are countries that have more natural resources than others or other types of resources, but really, at the end of the day, the most important aspect is our population. And I'm going to close with this following comment. When it comes to the SDGs, there is no population-specific SDG. There is no culture-related SDG. I won't take up time going into detail here, analyzing that. But for us, Cairo, 30 years ago, and Montevideo, to date, are essentially what become our SDGs for culture and population. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Juan Carlos, I apologize, I called you Jose earlier. Your perspectives are always very valuable. And we are going to close this first round of questions with a reflection from Gilma Vieira, who's coordinator of the Latin American and Caribbean Youth of African Descent Network. Can you hear me? Thank you very much. I would like to thank my fellow panelists for being here. It is an honor to be here in representation of young people, particularly young people of African descent and other intersectional youths. 30 years on from the Plan for Action and also following the Montevideo Consensus, we have advanced in very important areas, but we also continue to face persistent challenges. It is essential that these challenges be addressed in an inclusive and equitable manner, always recognizing and valuing the diversity of our populations. As has already been said, we have made advances with regards to the Cairo conference. We have made advances with regards to human rights, and we know that from Cairo onwards, SRHR also started to be seen as a human right. And when we think about the Montevideo Consensus, we also have a regional emphasis on sexual and reproductive health rights. As has already been said on the panel, the Montevideo Consensus has helped to make visible and raise awareness of people of African descent, indigenous peoples, children, adolescents, youths, and migrants. The Montevideo Consensus also led to raised awareness about the development gaps that exist when it comes to Afro-descendants, indigenous peoples, people with disabilities, women, LGBTIQ+ people, as well as people who live with HIV. This is an achievement, but it is also a challenge, particularly in the case of women of African descent, youths, and people with disabilities. I think it is incredible to see that we have so much participation from people with disabilities here at the current meeting. I think this is it's a truly historic occasion. It continues to be a challenge, but it is an advance, and it's important that we recognize this. When it comes to challenges, we have persistent inequalities. In several conferences, we have talked about impoverishment and the fight against poverty. So we are aware that our region continues to be a region with intense inequalities, and we also know who this is having an impact on. We have a very important challenge with regards to advancing in the area of intersectionality. This isn't just a pretty word. It is about advancing in including it in a more comprehensive manner. Here, we must name everyone, Afro women, people with disabilities, in every single space that we engage in. We must raise awareness about who we are not, and who needs to be included in order to define effective strategies for these people. This is an advance, but also a challenge when it comes to the creation of statistical data. I would like to congratulate CELALE and UNFPA, who have been working hand in hand to create and structure data. And I would call upon all countries to continue to advance in the production of data with ethnic variables and others to ensure that we know what our populations look like, and so that we can accordingly have policies with the right kind of focus. Another challenge that I see as a young Black woman is the fight against racism. This is a responsibility of everyone. We don't need to hear every single Indigenous people or every Afro-descendant group talk about racism, but we must all stand together and fight against racism. We have a lot of challenges, so let me go through them quickly because I have very little time. We have a challenge when it comes to engaging with reproductive justice, and as a young Brazilian woman, I would like to talk about the constant murders of young Black women quilombolas as well as other groups. Also the murders of young LGBTIQ+ people, particularly trans women, lesbian women, and gay men. And accordingly, the government and civil society must work together. Governments have the necessary political will and commitment to move forward with the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, engaging or committing rather to the earmarking of appropriate resources. We have talked about the role of government and CSOs. Well, as the government, we must work with civil society, particularly with civil society groups that have historically been left behind. And we must also conduct intersectorial actions. Governments must work in collaboration with diverse sectors to look at education, justice, health, and economic development in order to work in an integrated fashion to face these challenges together. And just to wrap up, in representation of young people, I would like to tell you that we are working in a more coordinated manner. We had a youth forum last year as part of the 10th anniversary of the Montevideo Consensus, and we set out a roadmap so that we could talk about how we would like to advance with regards to the consensus implementation. This year, we will be having the Global Youth Forum, and we've there worked on the Cotonou Convention, and our region was on center stage. Latin America and the Caribbean was the region that provided the foundation for the Cotonou Convention, and we had the second highest number of participants after the African continent. And we talked there as youths about indicators and also about raising awareness on the Montevideo Consensus with other young groups. And I will stop there so that we can now move forward with the second round of questions. Thank you very much. Gilma Vieira. Youths, young people have, of course, been an essential part in ensuring the continuity of this agenda. We will continue with a debate between our panelists. I would now like to open up a space to talk about achievements and challenges. We will first hear from Epsi Campbell and then from Minister Samantha Marshall so that they can engage in a debate. Epsi Campbell, the floor is yours.
I would like to present a key challenge that Gilma herself has mentioned too, and that is that there is no possibility for us to make it progress if we don't talk about the main topics that are cross-cutting to exclusion, and this is the systemic racism against millions of people of African descent in the region. It is true that the consensus is an extraordinary opportunity to set forth an agenda, and nonetheless, we have to also trace very clear programs and plans with very specific public policies that will allow us to tackle and meet the needs of those who are most left behind. This is not going to happen out of the blue. And one of the key challenges that this entails, and I would like for Minister Samantha to react to this, is the issue of teenage pregnancy. This is perhaps one of the most prominent indicators of the lack of progress, that children, instead of going to school, are having to give birth and be mothers at home, which goes totally against their life project. And this is even more so the case for girls and teenagers of African descent. We see it in the communities all the time. So I'd like for us to talk about how we can tackle these issues and how racism is structural, not so much so in the Caribbean as in Latin America, because we live in a culture in the Caribbean where Afro-descendant people are always delayed as regards their access to employment and to other opportunities. And the very data that Salade and ECLAC have shown us prove how people of African descent are always at the end of the tail. Now, if we want to look forward, if we want to think of another possible better world, we need to look at these women, these girls who are the most excluded. They are the ones who will benefit from true cultural and social investment supported by clear policies and support to those that are most vulnerable. That is what will allow us to tip the scales. So, Madam Minister, I think, and I'm sure we fully agree, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on the policies around young girls and teenagers and the need to incorporate issues related to ethnicity and race so that policies around women ensuring access to not just training and information, but also SRHR services. Schools are a key place for this to happen. Education is a key vehicle. So we face an enormous challenge, not just to first acknowledge the problem, but then to systematically invest and have very clear policies that will allow us to help these young girls attain their life dreams. The second topic is that so long as we don't have clear policies to eradicate racism against people of African descent and indigenous people, all of our efforts will lead us nowhere. The very people who are left behind will continue to be left behind. What do we need? We need clear policies, we need accountability, we need budget earmarking, we need an intersectional vision. And so I would say that one of the big points of progress that the consensus can provide is the ability to eradicate teenage pregnancies so that we have 0 teenage pregnancies, plus the ability to provide the necessary conditions so that we can move forward towards eradicating systemic racism, so that the agenda can then move on to repair the consequences of an unjust and unacceptable model for so many people. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator.
Thank you so much. I just want to say first and foremost that within Antigua and Barbuda, when I became Minister of Social Transformation in 2014, adolescent pregnancy was a very big issue for us there. And I think it is through us prioritizing that and making a full commitment that we wanted to make a difference there, we were able to. We haven't completely eliminated it, but we have reduced adolescent pregnancy significantly in Antigua and Barbuda. And we did that through 2 main measures: speaking more about sexual health and reproductive rights, introducing more discussion within the schools, within the education system, creating spaces for our young people through the Department of Youth Affairs, which is specifically to engage young people and to highlight the priority issues that are affecting them. And then we created a program where a lot of the young women would have not been able to complete their secondary education, and we called it the Youth Empowerment and Education Program. That program is paid for by the government of Antigua and Barbuda. The young ladies are allowed to go back into the classroom. They're allowed to work in the day if they're of age, or to stay at home and care for the child in the day if they are not of age to work. But they come to class in the evening, and we as the government pay for their CXC, which is the qualifying results for them, exam results for them to be able to move on in life. It creates an opportunity, therefore, of pulling them out of that situation where their mothers, uneducated, they're now educated, they have an opportunity to find a decent form of employment, and we reinvest in them by extending that program so that they can do additional business programs to help them understand the concept of business. The Prime Minister's Fund is a women's empowerment fund that allows a maximum of up to, in our money, just about 50,000 perhaps US, at a low interest rate, so that they are able, if they have the opportunity, to open a business. So we take it serious. And there are other Caribbean countries and other Latin American countries that have made interventions which are similar. Depending on our population size, the impact can be greater based upon what you introduce. And we are just 100,000 people. So our program, so far, we've been able to see very good yields from it. But as was said by many of the other panelists, evidence-based. And so that is where it's critical to look at the data. The data of how many young girls have been successful in the program, how many young girls have been able to move on and have a better quality of life because of the program, and whether or not there are anything that we have to do to make further interventions to capture those who may not be so successful and not be moving on. As it pertains to the whole issue of racism, no one likes racism. No one wants to support racism. And no government should ever in their right mind seek to support that. So any policies that are required, any legislation required to ensure that that is eliminated should be done. We do not experience that within the Caribbean. And so we cannot fathom what it really is. But the fact of the matter is that once we are at this table, once we're in this forum, we are one. And so there should be no question of color, no question of racism, no question, even if you're male or female, no question once you are here as an individual to make a contribution. And that is what every single delegation, every single government that is represented here should make sure is a key priority. I just want to highlight that one of the interventions that our government has made is that we have a legislation which is called a social protection legislation. And that social protection legislation identifies all vulnerable groups of individuals and the programs that we have identified as support programs to ensure that we help those persons lift themselves out of poverty. That has been introduced since 2017, and it has been working. We do see some challenges in ensuring that we're able to do more, especially with persons living with disabilities. But we also recognize that it has really highlighted and assisted a lot of our single mothers and helped a lot of our girls to have a better quality of life within our society.
Nada más quisiera,
I would only like to refer two main topics. The first one has to do with what the minister has mentioned related to having a clear policy to eradicate teenage pregnancy and provide true financial opportunities to young mothers and to young teenagers and girls. But also, this has to do with talking about the experience of the countries that are doing it right. And Brazil is one such an example, which has a racial equality ministry. If we look at the Caribbean, they don't face issues related to racism. But if people of the Caribbean have to leave their countries, then they have to confront the anti-Black systemic racism that is a reality elsewhere. The second thing I'd like to mention has to do with what the Secretary of Care and Hunger Eradication in Brazil has mentioned, and that is that some of the most critical aspects will not be able to be tackled if we don't eradicate hunger and tackle the issue of caregiving. Survival will not be guaranteed, and therefore I want to salute that kind of specific policy that tackles the structural issues. These policies are indeed a part of what the consensus and the ICPD provide, but also they are key. They are key to ensure the survival of humanity. The inequalities in Latin America mean that we have to make institutional decisions. We have to avoid denialism and not say that here women have all the rights, there is no racism here, this or that. We need to recognize the reality. And this recognition has to be translated to programs, ministries, policies, and budgets in such a way also that we can measure those programs and have hard data that allows us to understand how we're making progress. This is what some institutions are doing in some countries, and this is what allows us to determine how a given country is moving forward and how we're moving together and moving forward as a region. So this also allows countries to learn from each other, allows us to learn more about these types of successful programs in such a way that ECLAC and other international organizations can provide models that we can implement to move forward. I would like to close by saying that all of this will be possible if we have a wider women's participation in decision-making spaces. Women's perspective is key in transforming our realities. And that transformation that women go through has to have diverse identities, indigenous women, women with disabilities, Afro-descendant women. That is a way in which collectively we can pull up all the others to attain the stream of justice and equality that we all have. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very interesting debate, which has been so enlightening. I'd like to now refer to strategies and have Juan Carlos Alfonso from Cuba and then Minister Cindy Quesada to talk about this issue. Juan Carlos Alfonso, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I believe that in order to attain everything we've mentioned and to truly implement the consensus, the strategy is to have the consensus become a government agenda that matches government policies, as well as counting on the CSO's monitoring and control. There are things that need to be used as concepts. So our population is aging. This is a reality in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we need to contextualize and recontextualize this situation. If we don't put this at the center of the debate, at the center of the public agenda, if we don't measure this, we will not be able to move forward if we cannot measure that which we do. And this means, of course, I'm going to reiterate it, and surely we're all in agreement. My country is one example of the implementation of gender equality policies, of policies that seek to rid us of racial discrimination, ethnicity-based differences and discrimination, age-based discrimination. All of that is contained comprehensively in the consensus, and now we need to put it at the center of our public government agendas. Government and civil society agendas, as well as the scholarly world and all research endeavors. Recently, we were at an expert panel talking about the Montevideo Consensus, and a Colombian researcher said that we cannot have this be another document that we're going to put away in a drawer and use it only for as bedtime reading whenever we can't fall asleep. This needs to be an essential part of our agendas. If we don't make it an essential part of our agendas, we won't be able to attain the goals that we set for ourselves. I'd like to wrap up talking about El Cairo and its regional expression in Montevideo. Before Cairo, there were two other worldwide population conferences where we talked about the population growth rate, the demographic explosion, what the rates were. And that's what El Cairo was, a source of hope. And Montevideo is indeed the materialization of what Cairo sets forth to attain the 2030 agenda. Minister Juan Carlos, in the corollary you mentioned, we arrive at the very center of the discussion, and that is how to make these wider international instruments and tools concrete actions that will help transform the lives of populations that have been historically excluded. These public policy tools are the ones that provide the wider guidelines of what we ought to do, but surely always they will be informed by each government's political agenda. That's a constant. It will not change, but the agendas indeed will change. So it's about finding a way through each one of the new courses every time a new administration with a different agenda comes into power. That's important. When we talk about multilateralism, in that regard, I'd like to focus on two issues. First, we need to pick our battles. We need to decide whether our end game is to transform the lives of the populations or to discuss and leave it all at a symbolic discussion level. That's a decision we need to make as states. And the other is, how can we walk together towards the same goal as civil society? Now, when it comes to the status of women, and I here speak about the reality of women in my country and other countries, is that the reality is intersectional. And those who are really moving agendas are women. If you look at the agenda of persons with disabilities, it is women with disabilities who are advocating. Same goes for the rights of Afro-descendant peoples, indigenous peoples. It is the women of those communities that are taking on those agendas and driving those agendas because they live the issues in their own blood. And that's why we need to focus our work on, for all the populations and the communities, to ensure financial autonomy, economic autonomy, the eradication of violence, and the issue of caregiving. Now, why should we focus on these three aspects? Because the first aspect is what ensures that women in their communities can fully enjoy their rights. The second, economic autonomy, is necessary because the lack of such autonomy is what forces them to continue staying in a situation of violence and abuse. So they need true opportunities to not just lift themselves from poverty and overcome the structural barriers. If they cannot overcome those barriers, they won't be able to get out of those situations. And the third aspect is sometimes what hinders the women to break the cycles of violence if they don't have that autonomy. So it's a trifecta that feeds into each other, and it's what doesn't allow the peoples to move forward. So we need to continue working on these three aspects and to ensure that we can undertake concrete action, which will not happen sitting behind a desk in some office. It will happen if we come to the communities, if we speak to the women directly, we're close to the communities and the indigenous peoples. We need to listen carefully, not just for the sake of listening, but to truly transform our public policy. I think that the challenge of states is to be able to get away from the idea that it knows everything, that a state knows everything, because it's not the case. Also, the idea that there's only enough money for certain things and not for everything, which is true. But then we would be required to prioritize and attack the main points and understand that intersectionality means going through all these layers. Only when we're able to do that will we be able to start to attain more concrete results and start moving towards a better status of life. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that very interesting debate. We have just a short amount of time left. We started late and also had some technical issues, so we have time for one last debate between the two remaining panelists. We have Gilma Vieira and Laís Abramo, both from Brazil, who will engage in a debate. So I will hand over first to Gilma Vieira. Thank you very much. I think that my role here as representative of civil society is to say that we are always monitoring, expanding, and raising the voices of historically marginalized communities. I would like to reaffirm that without our active and committed participation, then there will be many gaps in the implementation of the consensus. I have some proposals for concrete commitments that I would like for states to pay very close attention to, so you can take these back with you to your countries. I think that the first concrete commitment that I would like to offer to states is the creation and expansion of participation spaces. It is extremely important that we create and are able to improve social participation mechanisms so that all of civil society, along with states and other actors, can build processes and public policies with regards to and in response to specific demands. Secondly, budgets. We cannot talk about public policy without talking about budget. It's very important for the state to have a financial commitment to civil society. We pay many taxes every single day, and the idea is that this be used to improve our quality of life and that this also lead to improvements in policy. Third, we also need to create intersectoral public policies. States must commit to designing and implementing public policy hand in hand with civil society in order to recognize the multiple forms of discrimination that exist. This includes the creation of intersectoral committees that should ensure the inclusion of diverse perspectives in decision-making. And finally, it is important that we also think about monitoring and accountability. States must improve, create, and also establish monitoring and assessment mechanisms that include affected communities, guaranteeing transparency and accountability in the implementation of the agreed-upon policies. This is connected also to the fight against corruption. Our region is one of the most affected by corruption in our states. I'd also like to talk about desires but also actions taken by civil society if we want to reduce rates of abuse and violation and rape amongst children and also reduce rates of teenage pregnancy. We must invest in comprehensive sexual education and other measures. If we want to reduce the rate of maternal death, and if we want to reduce obstetric violence, and if we want to advance in gender equality, we must invest in access to free and safe abortion from an intersectional perspective. If we want to reduce poverty rates and advance in sustainable development, if we want to have a multicultural perspective and reduce murders of Black youths, we must invest in the fight against racism. We must also have heavier punishments for any kind of racial abuse or police abuse. When it comes to access indicators for education, if we want education rates to increase and unemployment to be reduced, we must have affirmative policies. We must open up positions for Afro-descendants, Indigenous peoples, and people with disabilities, for trans women and others. If we want to strengthen our markets, our labor market, and human mobility, we must also invest in the regularization of migratory movements. And finally, when it comes to the ICPD and the Montevideo Consensus, we must redouble our efforts in ensuring justice for all. Only in this way will we be able to be truly inclusive and sustainable. And I will wrap up and refer to Osho Kuyen, a recognized author, who says that expanding our rights and recognizing our resistance, expanding our rights is the recognition of our resistance, our history, and our contribution, which has been undeniable and has contributed to society. Thank you very much. Let's hand over, please, to Secretary Abramo.
Espero que me estén escuchando.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Bueno, yo quería, interesantísimo el debate, creo
This
que
has been an
podemos pasar horas
incredibly interesting
acá,
debate, and
pero
I'm
yo
sure we
quería
could talk for
reforzar
hours about what has been said, but
varios
I
de
would
los
like to
planteamientos, el tema del racismo. El
reinforce
racismo
several of the
sistémico.
elements that have been mentioned, specifically
Quería
racism and
agradecer a
systemic
EPSI por las
racism. I would like to
referencias
thank
al gobierno
EPSI
brasileño.
for making reference to the Brazilian
Efectivamente, el
government.
gobierno del presidente Lula creó el Ministerio de
President
Igualdad Racial y
Lula's
también
government
el
created
Ministerio de
the
los Pueblos
Racial
Indígenas.
Equality
Es la
Ministry
primera
as well as
vez
the
en la
Indigenous
historia del
Peoples
país
Ministry.
que
It is the
existe
first
un
time in the
Ministerio
history
de
of our
los Pueblos
country
Indígenas.
that we've had a ministry for
Somos un
Indigenous
país
peoples.
cuya mayoría de la población es
We are a country
afrodescendiente,
in which our majority
56,6%,
of our population is of
pero
African
también
descent,
que
specifically
vivimos la persistencia del
56.6%,
racismo
but we
estructural,
see
¿no?
persistent
Y quería
structural
decir que
racism.
también reforzar lo que dijo Gilma
I would
ahora,
also like
la
to
importancia
echo
de
what
las
was said by
políticas de acción
Gilma with regards
afirmativa.
to
Brasil
affirmative action
desde
policies.
los años, desde más de 10 años, tiene
Now,
una
for more than
política
10 years, we
sistemática
have
basada
had
en una ley
systematic
de acciones
policies
afirmativas
based
para
on
la
a law for
educación
affirmative
superior,
action
y eso ha
in
tenido
higher
un
education.
impacto
And this has
extremadamente
had a
importante, ha
huge
cambiado
impact.
la cara
It
y el color
has
de la universidad
changed the face
brasileña
and
y
the
ha
color of our
tenido un
Brazilian
impacto muy
universities,
importante
and
en
has
la
had a very
agenda de
significant
investigación,
impact
¿no?
also on
En
research.
la medida en que los jóvenes y las jóvenes
As
negras
more
están
young
en la
people and more young
universidad,
black people at
eso,
university,
uno de los impactos es ampliar la agenda de investigación para
well,
incorporar
one
esos
important
temas.
impact of this
Además,
is the
en esa,
expansion of different types of
todas las
research,
evaluaciones
including
que
our
se han hecho
system.
hasta ahora de esa política de acción afirmativa son muy importantes.
The actions taken with
Además,
regards
en
to this
ese
affirmative
tercer
action
gobierno del
policy is very
presidente
important,
Lula
and now in the
se ha
third administration
establecido una
of President
política de
Lula's
cuotas
government,
para la
we also
entrada
have
de las
a
personas
quota system
afrodescendientes
for the
indígenas
inclusion of
en el
Afro-descendants
servicio
and indigenous
público
peoples
y
in
en
public
cargos de
service
alta gestión.
and
Eso
also
se está
in high
implementando, creo que es otro
positions.
avance
I
importantísimo.
think this is
Y hay
extremely
varios
important,
otros
and
programas,
there
como el
are several other
programa
programs, for
Juventud
example,
Negra Viva, que
the
enfrenta la
Live Black Youth
violencia,
program,
otro
which
tema que
confronts
puso Gilma
violence,
ahora,
which Gilma also
que
mentioned just
afecta
a moment ago.
principalmente a los
We are talking
dos
about
jóvenes
violence
negros del
that
sexo
affects
masculino.
young
Pero
black men in particular.
en el minuto que tengo,
I have just 1 minute left,
hablar un
and I'd
poquito
like
más
to
de la
now
política
talk about
nacional de cuidados.
our national
Yo
care
tengo
policy.
el gusto de
It is
decir acá que
a
ayer
pleasure
el
to be able to
presidente
say
Lula
that just yesterday
firmó
President Lula
el el mensaje de envío al Congreso
signed a
de un
message
proyecto
to
de
be
ley
sent to
que
Congress
instituye
for
nuestra
a
política
bill
nacional de cuidados. Esa es la razón por
for
la cual
the
yo no puedo estar
implementation
ahí
of our national care system.
presencialmente.
I was not
Y
able to be
eso
there, unfortunately,
ha sido muy
but it
importante
has been a
porque
very
Brasil está
important
llegando
project
tarde nessa agenda.
because
Está
Brazil
llegando
is
tarde en la agenda
working
de las
on this
políticas nacionales de
agenda,
cuidado,
but we are late to
justamente
the game
debido
in
al
adopting a care
retroceso que vivimos
policy,
en años
and that is
anteriores,
due
que
to
ya fue
the
mencionado por la delegación
regressive
brasileña
steps taken
ayer
in the
en la
previous
conferencia.
government
Y quería
administration that
decir
have
que
been
en esa
spoken about by
política
other members of
el
the Brazilian delegation at this
antirracismo es un
conference.
principio.
Anti-racism is a
La
principle.
igualdad de género,
Gender
el
equality,
respeto a la dignidad y la autonomía
the
de las
idea of
personas,
dignity
pero
and
el
autonomy
antirracismo
are also important,
es
but
uno de los
anti-racism
principios al lado
is
del anticapacitismo y del
a very,
antiidealismo.
very
¿Por qué?
important
Porque nosotros
value
estamos
in addition to
absolutamente
anti-ableism and
convencidas que el
anti-ageism.
tema de los cuidados,
When it
como dijo
comes to care,
Costa Rica,
as was
es un
said by
tema
the delegate
central
from
para la
Costa
igualdad de
Rica,
género,
well, this is
sin duda lo
central to
es,
gender
pero
equality.
no se resume al
However,
tema de la igualdad de género.
it cannot
Nosotros
be
en
subsumed
Brasil, la
under
Organización
the
Social de los
category
Cuidados
of
está sentada
this
sobre las
equality.
desigualdades
When it
estructurales,
comes to
todas
structural
ellas, las que
inequality,
están en el documento de la
everybody,
matriz de la desigualdad social,
well, we have
que
all
la
of these elements included in our
presentó
documentation.
en
The
la
interpreter
primera reunión de la
apologizes. There is audio
presidencia de la Comisión del
interference.
Pacto Social, que fue el tema del documento que la vicepresidenta de Costa Rica en esta ocasión, la querida Epsi, encargó a la CEPAL para actualizar el análisis de todos
The interpreter
los pacientes.
apologizes. We have audio
Estamos hablando
interference.
de desigualdades de género, sí, pero también de desigualdades territoriales al interior del país, también del tema de la edad, el tema del envejecimiento, de los jóvenes, y estamos hablando de desigualdades raciales. En Brasil, o sea, y aquí lo que decimos en nuestra discusión es que el trabajo de cuidados en Brasil es solo feminizado, es profundamente feminizado, pero también es profundamente racializado. Si 75% de toda la fuerza de trabajo de cuidado de Brasil es compuesta por mujeres, 45% son mujeres negras. Y están siempre en las peores condiciones de las situaciones más desprotegidas, más precarizadas. Y también, cuando vamos para el trabajo de cuidado considerado, como la Costa Rica, incide justamente la autonomía económica de las mujeres, de los municipios, de los estudiantes, también la carga de trabajo, y por lo tanto la que afecta a las mujeres es muy superior en las mujeres. Entonces, por eso que ese es un tema tan importante y yo me atrevo a decir, lo poco que conozco de América Latina, que eso es una realidad que también afecta.
Perdón, ahí me está escuchando mal.
We apologize. We cannot hear you well.
Quería decir solamente, ¿no está fallando eso?
Sí, creo que su micrófono está fallando, pero
It seems that you're having an issue with your microphone.
Con una frase, decir que creo que ese tema de la racialización del trabajo de cuidados no es un fenómeno solamente de Brasil, es de todos los países de América Latina. Son las mujeres negras, las mujeres son las mujeres indígenas, o son las migrantes que muchas veces o son y viven toda esa desigualdad de
sí, muchísimas gracias. Vamos a finalizar ahí.
Thank you very much. We will stop there because we were not able to hear you. But thank you. We will make reference to this video later. I'm sure that we could continue with this incredibly enriching debate all day long, but we have to stop there. Let me please share some closing remarks with regards to the regional report and the national experiences of this exchange. Thanks to this report and these exchanges, we have a clear idea of the challenges that we face in the region, and this echoes what we see at the global level, which of course gives us an indication of how to continue down the path, and as has been said by all of our panelists, the aspirations that are included in the Montevideo Consensus to transform these into actions in order to transform the reality of everyone who lives in this region. Regional agreements, for example, the consensus, are a key part of advancing in putting together the global puzzle, as we are thereby able to see national perspectives, bringing these together in a regional context and looking at how this connects to the global context. What more, this is the motor that has boosted the implementation of the Cairo Plan of Action. And of course, I must make reference now to the political declaration. As I said, the political declaration that was adopted in the 57th session of the ICPD in May of last year is an instrument for this region, not only because it reaffirms the Montevideo Consensus, but also because it contains elements that are very difficult to arrive at consensus about, both within the UN environment as at the global level. We must recognize development as a human right, but this is very complex to agree on. And so governments and civil society must take advantage of these instruments to continue to integrate them, as was said by our friend from Cuba. In the Summit of the Futures, the idea will be to continue to talk about the implementation of the SDGs, but also to look at how these are included in national public policy. I would once again like to thank our distinguished panelists. I just invented a new word in Spanish to refer to our male panelist. Thank you for being here. Thanks also to ECLAC for joining us for this panel to talk about achievements and challenges relating to the Montevideo Consensus in our region. Thank you very much.
Buenos días. Continuando con la agenda.
Let us continue with our agenda. We now have an opportunity to hear statements by our delegations. I would request that the Secretariat please help me with coordinating these statements in accordance with the countries that have requested the opportunity to make a statement. Of course, Madam Chair, thank you very much. We have been approached by the delegations of Antigua and Barbuda, Nicaragua, Trinidad and Tobago, and Suriname, who would like to make statements from the floor.
La ministra
Minister Marshall has the floor. We can begin with her statement. Yes. Please, go ahead.
from Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you very much. Antigua and Barbuda just wishes to make a brief statement at this time as to the progress that we've been making within the Caribbean region in relation to the Montevideo Consensus. But before I proceed there, if you will allow me, I just wanted to say that I wanted to reiterate that many of our Caribbean delegates were unable to attend, though it was scheduled for them to come. But members from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Jamaica, Grenada, St. Lucia, Barbados would not have been able to attend due to the fact that Hurricane Beryl has impacted those countries. One of the things I would have hoped that we would have had some members around this delegate table speaking in solidarity for those Caribbean countries that have been affected by the hurricanes. I think if we see ourselves as one,
Delegate, sorry to stop you. Vamos a solicitar, por favor, a las delegaciones.
We ask the delegations to please stay silent so that we can continue to hear from the delegate of Antigua and Barbuda.
thank you for that intervention. As I was saying, one of the things I would have liked to have heard from delegates as they presented, as we consider ourselves one in Latin America and the Caribbean, is that there would have been some level of support for those affected countries. In fact, for St. Vincent and the Grenadines and for Grenada, they would have suffered extensive damage to the point that the islands surrounding them, the islands that are under their rule, would have been totally devastated. Antigua and Barbuda knows what it is like because in 2017, we too suffered a devastation on our sister island, Barbuda, with the whole island being devastated as a result of hurricane. I raise that to indicate at this point that this is something that is critical to us and that we need to pay attention to. And the Caribbean seeks the support of Latin America because the fact is that we can be affected significantly. It affects our economies because we are either in tourism or we are engaged in agriculture. And so if we are devastated by hurricanes, the issue of poverty, the issue of how it affects our women and our girls, the issue of our disabled, the issues related to ensuring that our socio-economic survival is there is highly affected. And I would say that as a member state of Latin America and the Caribbean, I am looking for more support. I am looking for our colleagues around the table to reach out. You can reach out to us who are here. We have Trinidad, we have Suriname, we have Guyana. We are here in solidarity. We are the voices for our colleagues who cannot be here. As it relates to Antigua and Barbuda now in terms of our development, I want to highlight, as I said before, that we do have legislation related to social development. And the reason that we have gone that route is because we recognize the importance of ensuring that we look after our vulnerable population. One of the things that we have also focused on in terms of education and ensuring that education is key because we believe that it is that will help many of our vulnerable people to come out of the poverty that they're in and to be less vulnerable. So we are focused on having a university, which is the UE 5 Island campus. It is a 5th campus for UE within the region, and it is one of the best universities within the world. If I'm not mistaken, we rank in the top 10. And in addition to that, we also have developed, or expanded, I should say, our Harrison Care Center University, which deals with skill development. We are looking at focusing and ensuring that more of our girls within the school look at what are not considered the usual areas of professional development, but looking at building out in STEM, technology, I didn't hear anyone focus on technology around this table, but AI is coming at us fast and furious. And if we are not preparing our young girls now to look at other areas of employment, of business, then they will be left behind, because AI may just wipe out most of the administrative work that a lot of them are doing right now as single mothers and young ladies. So I say that to say that I'm hoping that when we meet again and at another forum, that we will consider the importance of technology and readying our people so that we do not create, as the Latin America and Caribbean, greater problems on our people and keep them in a vulnerable state. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you to the delegate of Antigua and Barbuda. We will now yield to Nicaragua. You have the floor, sir. Good morning, Madam Chair, for giving me the opportunity to address this plenary of the fifth session of the Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. UNFPA, ECLAC representatives, CSO representatives, Government of Colombia. Thank you for putting together this wonderful event, and greetings from the people of Nicaragua. Nicaragua has presented a voluntary country report. This time around, we didn't, but we will for the next cycle. And yet, I did want to seize the opportunity to share an account of the main achievements and challenges. First, I'd like to point out that the Constitution and laws of Nicaragua recognize SIRHR rights, as well as the comprehensive access to sexual reproductive health elements, also to put a stop on early unions and childhood marriage. Our Republic's Constitution, after its reform in Article 105 of 2014, guarantees the access to health for all, especially the most vulnerable sectors of population. Gender equality, its promotion, and non-discrimination includes an equality of rights and opportunities. This was a law that was passed in 2008. And the comprehensive law against gender-based violence was approved in 2014, and the one that embraces people with disabilities was approved in 2011. We have a rapporteurship on the situation and the status of persons with disabilities. The second point I would like to point out are the policies that are part of the demographic issues made operational by affairs related to productive rights and the prevention of gender-based violence. I would like to mention that ever since 2007, for the first time ever, Nicaragua launched its plan to fight poverty and promote human development. Currently, we already have the 2022-2026 version, which integrates sexual reproductive health rights and care, as well as maternal health. I'd like to mention that this human development plan integrates other elements as relate to the social aspect, the economic aspect, and the services provision aspect to the most far removed areas of our population. In most recent years, a road was built, two large roads that join the Pacific and the Caribbean, the northern portion and southern portion of the Caribbean, along what we call the Atlantic coast. In that regard, our belief is that sexual and reproductive health services via a community and family health care model can be made more efficient if we empower the territories and the populations that are more far removed from the center with this type of economic development. Ever since 2022, the ministries officially approved, and this is the Ministry of Health, of Education, and of Family, approved the comprehensive education strategy within school walls and outside of school walls, and integrated the need for health to be included as a necessary subject, and yet another subject, which is the dignity and rights of women, tackling issues related to gender. In 2021, we included sexual education at the primary and secondary school levels, which modified these two curricula. In other words, we today teach sexual and reproductive health rights to children in primary and secondary schools. Since 2008, we prioritized the purchase of contraceptive methods to supplement the Ministry of Health's offering as regards sexual and reproductive health services. Later, we also included in the offering the implants, which are another effective method, and the government does offer these implants to the most vulnerable populations. In 2024, we launched an online course to more than 7,000 teachers, a course related to sexual education and sexual awareness education. And this has had the support of the United Nations Population Fund, whose support we greatly appreciate. Now, this has an impact on the reduction of maternal mortality. We went from the level we had in 2006 to 28 for 100,000 births 10 years later, which is almost a 15% reduction. We have what we call maternal health care homes. This is primary care. And we have gone from having 52 of these homes to 182 in 2023. And this is to show you the reach of these maternal homes. This means we have at least one of these homes in each municipality. And that's how we have been able to bring down maternal death rates. Besides, the Ministry of Health has an early warning system. Whenever there is a warning or suspicion of possible maternal death, the system activates itself. We also have an agreement and coverage that went from 70% in 1998 to 90%, 94% later in the 2000s. The fertility rate between 15 and 49 years was at 48 for every 1,000 in 2023, which is a 30% decrease. Also, the teenage fertility rate went from 100 for every 1,000 to lower rates. But here we still have pending actions. We're still at 86 for every 1,000. This is still indeed a challenge that our society is facing and needs to tackle to bring this indicator further down. As regards the strategy for comprehensive health education, nearly 700,000 public sector students systematically get information related to comprehensive sexual education ever since the year 2000. We have had, ever since that year, more teenage leaders who have training as regards sexual and reproductive health rights for teenage groups, although we also have teachers. So we train the teachers and we train youth leaders so that we can reach the populations in a much more effective manner. And the education takes place not just in the classroom, but also in thanks to the youth leaders outside of the school walls and of the classroom walls. Again, as I mentioned earlier, this is to ensure that we have a much more comprehensive reach. As regards survivors of sexual violence, each one of the ministries that I have mentioned contribute to the surveillance of these cases, the Ministry of Family, the Ministry of Health. And ever since 2023, we are providing a certificate degree to civil servants on how to surveil these cases. 31% of we're talking about 31,000 women and 10,000 men, more or less, who got this training. And here I'd like to emphasize the following. As a government policy, we try to ensure that we're at a 50-50, as it is called. This is cross-cutting and comprehensive. The ministries always have a minister, a woman minister, and a male minister. And we always try to have co-directors that are male and female so that we have full gender equality.
La cobertura de atención.
We've talked about coverage in terms of psychological care to children, raising awareness in terms of gender-based violence. We have a number of lessons learned and good practices,
De los métodos anticonceptivos reversibles.
which includes the inclusion of contraceptive methods and new contraceptive methods in the methods box, so that we can strengthen our efforts in preventing teenage pregnancy for the more vulnerable populations.
Orientaciones técnicas.
And the basis of the strategy comes from what has been put forth by the United Nations, which allows us to tackle our curriculum in a heterogeneous manner. As regards culture and sports, we too use those channels to carry out efforts in terms of gender-based violence prevention and sexual and reproductive health rights education. We also use education tools to strengthen the linkages between family and school, as well as putting together education tools and materials so that our programs continue to move forward. Yes, of course, we do face a number of challenges as a country, which include maintaining and increasing budgets to sexual and reproductive health rights training and gender-based violence prevention, ensuring greater access to sexual health and reproductive rights, especially for women and young populations in rural areas, as well as indigenous groups and persons with disabilities. We're constantly trying to raise awareness with our civil servants as regards SHRH. I could continue to mention more of the programs that we have, but the point that I want to communicate is that this is all contained in the draft report that we will submit to the Secretariat, and which is precisely the draft of what will be our final document. A key to success is having family at the main stage and building community networks. This is ever more important in the far-removed areas and more vulnerable population groups. We need to put families at the center stage. And we also need to continue reducing maternal mortality rates and improve the care that we provide to patients, especially in far-removed areas. So as to not go over our 5 minutes, which I think I've done so already, I will invite you to take a look at the text. But the message that I want to leave you with is that this Human Development National Plan is drafted every 4 years and renewed and enriched thanks to those challenges that we are still facing but tackling. Now, this National Development Plan is available on ANIDA's webpage. It's a comprehensive plan drafted by the people for the people, and we believe that many of the aspects tie in with the production infrastructure and what each one of the ministries of government ought to do. The President Office's planning unit is fully committed to this Human Development National Plan. No one ministry can not follow it, and we have considered this plan to be an expression at a national level of the fifth session of the Conference on Population Development and the Montevideo Consensus. Thank you so much, and truly appreciative of your attention.
Gracias, Nicaragua, por su intervención.
Thank you, Nicaragua. And the floor is now for Trinidad and Tobago.
Chair, distinguished colleagues, good day. Trinidad and Tobago welcomes the opportunity to participate in the fifth session of the Regional Conference on Population and Development in beautiful Colombia, and wishes to reiterate our commitment to maintaining the progress achieved in implementing the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development, MCPD. Trinidad and Tobago's monitoring of the MCPD. At the third session of the Regional Conference on Population and Development in 2018, the proposal to develop a virtual platform to assist with the follow-up on the NCPD was adopted. At the fourth session in 2020, the platform was launched and Trinidad and Tobago committed to populating the platform. On the 7th of July 2023, Trinidad and Tobago completed the survey and submitted it to the platform. The completion of the survey was a collaborative effort between the Ministry of Planning and Development and a specially convened technical working group, which included participants from various ministries, agencies, civil society organizations, and academia. The methodology and approach for the MCPD National Progress Report. Trinidad and Tobago Progress Report on the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development was completed in collaboration with the University of the West Indies and the United Nations Fund, and is currently in the process of being approved by government. The report was prepared through the use of a combination of primary and secondary data collection techniques. Collection of secondary data involved a comprehensive review of all documents and reports of governments, non-governmental organizations related to the thematic areas covered in the Montevideo Consensus. Data sources were complemented by primary data, which was sourced from key informant interviews conducted with practitioners and experts working in the thematic areas outlined in the report. Additionally, the data collection process for the report was presented to all ministries, divisions, and agencies, as well as the representatives from civil society. The draft report was then circulated among key stakeholders, which formed the technical working group for comments, feedback, and validation. Trinidad and Tobago's progress on the implementation of the MCPD. With Trinidad and Tobago's report nearing final approval, I am pleased to highlight some of the key achievements from the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development under the respective priority areas. Under the thematic area, full integration of population dynamics into sustainable development with equality and respect for human rights. In fiscal 2023, a draft interim national poverty reduction strategy was prepared with an accompanying action plan and monitoring and evaluation plan to support its implementation. Additionally, the government of Trinidad and Tobago continues to make progress with the establishment of the National Statistical Institute of Trinidad and Tobago to fill the major data gap which hinders effective decision-making. Furthermore, under the same theme, it is noteworthy to mention that social protection systems of Trinidad and Tobago consist of more than 200 programs, inclusive of universal health care and a community care program to aid in the reduction of socially displaced elderly persons. This system functions in collaboration with civil society and companies and members of the public. Under the theme of rights, responsibilities and requirements of girls, boys, adolescents, and youth, a significant accomplishment was the development of the National Child Policy 2020 to 2030 and the National Youth Policy 2020 to 2025. The National Child Policy outlines an overall framework for the care, protection, and development of children in Trinidad and Tobago and aligns with Government National Development Strategy Vision 2030, while satisfying its duties under the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The National Youth Policy advocates a human rights-based approach to youth development and is underpinned by the core principles of gender equality and equity, respect for diversity, social inclusion, as well as inclusion and active participation. The government of Trinidad and Tobago remains committed to investing in the youth of our nation. One example of this investment is the On-the-Job Training Program, OJT, which is a pre-employment program that offers participants between the ages of 16 to 35 an introduction into the world of work. The OJT program is geared towards providing young persons with practical occupational skills and experience while working in both the public and private sector. Investments such as this are seen as vital to ensure that the labor market is adequately stocked with young persons well-trained and prepared to contribute to the continued development of the economy. Under the theme of aging, social protection, and socioeconomic challenges. As part of the implementation of the National Aging Policy, the Division of Aging developed a national centenarian program to recognize and honor citizens of Trinidad and Tobago who have achieved the milestone of attaining the age of 100 years and above, and ensures inclusive and dignity for all older persons. Several senior citizens have been celebrated and acknowledged through this program. Additionally, the Ministry of Health, while providing free health services to all, has established a special policy that identifies special days during the week when older persons are given priority. Social activities are also organized by various health centers for older persons during certain festive occasions. Under the theme of universal access to sexual and reproductive health, the HIV and AIDS Policy 2020 to 2030 was drafted and is nearing finalization. This policy aims to align with international strategies such as the Joint United Nations Programme on HIV/AIDS 95-95-95 targets, the Sustainable Development Goals, and the WHO Global Health Strategies for HIV. Another significant achievement under this theme is the attainment of the SDG goal status of maternal health. For the past 4 years, Trinidad and Tobago has met both the global and regional targets for maternal deaths. The recommended worldwide SDG target for 2030 is 70 per 100,000 live births. However, the Pan American Health Organization has set for the region of the Americas a rate of 30 per 100,000 live births, We in Trinidad and Tobago have achieved these benchmarks over 12 years before the 2030 deadline and have strengthened the systems and resources to ensure that we do not reverse these gains. In the area of neonatal mortality, Trinidad and Tobago has already attained its SDG goal status for both PAHO regional and global 2030 targets, and at less than 7 per 1,000 live births and 9 per 1,000 live births respectively. Under the thematic area of gender equality, Trinidad and Tobago has sanctioned the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women and the Blemen-do-Para Convention, augmenting its works nationally to implement the Beijing Platform for Action, including gender equality action stipulated in the Sustainable Development Goals. The government has formulated a gender policy which identifies as its goal the achievement of gender equality by 2030, which also forms part of its national development strategy. Further, the National Gender Policy highlights plan for the establishment and, where necessary, deepening of sustained dialogue among state, private sector, and NGO partners to create a core understanding of the requirements of integrating gender into the development process. In the area of establishing mechanisms for preventing sexual and other forms of harassment and violence against women and men, Trinidad and Tobago's effort in these areas continues, as evidenced by the launch of the Central Registry on Domestic Violence in 2016, the development of a national workplace policy on sexual harassment in 2019, the existence of Victim and Witness Support Unit, the Gender-Based Violence Unit in Trinidad and Tobago's Police Service, and the National Domestic Hotline 800-SAVE. Many women's shelters and safe houses have also been renovated, and as a result of interventions from the government, civil society, and the private sector. Finally, challenges of implementing the Montevideo Consensus. Notwithstanding the above highlighted achievements, Trinidad and Tobago, like most nations in Latin America and the Caribbean, have experienced challenges in progressing its population and development agenda. They include the reconvening of the country's National Population Council and unit to serve as a dedicated resource for addressing population issues, and a time lag in the collection and dissemination of data critical to the tracking of our progress of the MCPD. However, despite these challenges, the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago remains resolute in promoting and achieving the goals set out in its agreement with the Montevideo Consensus on Population and Development, and by extension, the United Nations 2030 Agenda. The government will continue to work with stakeholders to forge paths to achieving its goal through active dialogue and participative consultation. Chair, distinguished colleagues, thank you, and may our efforts at this conference further pave the way for a brighter and more prosperous future for all. And may we also take the time to remember our brothers and sisters in the Caribbean who are currently dealing with the aftermaths of Hurricane Beryl and seek to support them in any way possible. Thank you.
Gracias, Trinidad.
Thank you, Trinidad and Tobago. Now the floor is for Suriname. Suriname, you have the floor.
The delegates of Suriname want to thank you for participating in this meeting. Distinguished delegates, 10 years ago, we committed ourselves to the Montevideo Consensus. Congratulations to the 10th anniversary of the Montevideo Consensus. Over the past 10 years, the document has served as one of the most important guides for our pursuit for sustainable development. The circumstances of the last 10 years in which Suriname has to achieve its pursuit of sustainable development are not always favorable. The COVID-19 pandemic makes it even worse, leading to sharp GDP contraction 16.0% in 2020, leading to increased unemployment and poverty. High inflation and currency instability remain major challenges. The uncomfortable position pushes us to do better. Without electricity, clean drinking water, and education, it is not possible to achieve sustainable development. Therefore, to leave no one behind and reach the ones further behind first, Suriname made efforts to improve basic services and improve the living condition of our indigenous and tribal communities. The UN SDGs joint program implemented with UN organizations including UNFPA, key government and NGOs, institutions, and umbrella organizations of the indigenous and tribal people resulted in strengthening policy and regulatory framework to improve inclusion and resilience of indigenous and tribal peoples, improve coverage of water, sanitation and hygiene, improve livelihood and enhance food security in the target ITPs, communities, and strengthen policy environment, community engagement and youth-friendly services to reduce early motherhood. A healthy young population is one of the requirements for building a country. Suriname wants to reap the benefits of the demographic dividend. National evidence guides current initiatives to meet the sexual and reproductive health of adolescents by increasing in and out of school comprehensive sexuality, education, and youth-friendly mental health information and services, dismantling the stigma surrounding mental illness and working to reduce adolescent pregnancies. Therefore, it is necessary to have recent figures of the population dynamics and the population age structure. Suriname will have census in the last quarter of 2024, and this will allow us to update our national population policy. This will help us making policy that are evidence-based and prioritized. Youth is the cornerstone of our future. In order to empower them, Suriname has expanded educational opportunities and promoted technical and vocational skills training. By fostering youth entrepreneurship and providing access to funding and mentorship programs, as well as encouraging youth participation in the decision-making process to ensure their voices are heard. As mentioned earlier in my speech, that the circumstances in Suriname are not always favorable. So as the current economic situation challenges, but as a country, we remain committed to implementing policies that attract investment and stimulate economic growth. As a country, we include equitable distribution of resources to benefit all segments of the population, especially youth and the elderly. We develop a sustainable economic model that considers the needs for future generations. We call for action by urge regional partners to join us in the set out. Let us work together and proclaim and implement our commitment as Montevideo Consensus and build a sustainable future where population is healthy, empowered, and resilient. Suriname is particularly interested in collaborating on developing mental health studies and in attracting gender-sensitive youth-focused investment and investors to enable us to rebuild our economy. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Suriname. Now we give the floor to Turkey.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for granting Turkey the floor. It's a country not from the continent, but it is a member, and I would like to greet you from Turkey, a faraway country, but I hope not in spirit. We are here because Turkey carries out a foreign policy that is active and critical that has agreements oriented towards ending poverty, facing inequalities, guaranteeing food security, and promoting economic inclusive growth and equal distribution of resources. Our policy open to Latin America that occurred in 1998 has the objective of elevating our bilateral relations with countries in the region, establishing institutional relations with regional organizations. We consider that ECLAC is an especially useful platform to join efforts in terms of economic and social development in the region. That is the main reason why we requested ECLAC in 2016 and became a member in 2017. Our institutions are also very active in the region. For example, our TICA, Turk Cooperation and Coordination Agency, in cooperation with other countries, has directed projects mainly to training vulnerable segments of the population, such as children, women, or people with disabilities, for sustainable economic and social development. TICA has conducted more than 550 projects. The challenges that we are facing are also causing lags in obtaining the sustainable development goals, placing at risk the perspectives of many low and middle income countries. In that sense, Turkey is making an effort for promoting long-lasting economic development and prosperity of our region, wanting to guarantee that nobody is left behind. Without a doubt, this goes hand in hand with efforts to promote prosperity, stability, and safety at a regional and worldwide. Dear colleagues, in the globalized world of today, the problems that we are facing, as well as the opportunities that arise in this complex system, are all linked together. Our relentless efforts to have a constructive role in the challenges in our own region and outside of it are reinforced by our cooperation activities towards development. It is also worth noticing that the South-South cooperation has an important role in our cooperation. The South-South Triangular Cooperation, we cooperate with the organizations of United Nations and other interested parties. We actively support the strengthening of capacities in science, technology, and innovation of less developed countries for technological advancement. We have the Technology Bank in the United Nations that is the entrance door for research, training, and technology transfers. Ladies and gentlemen, before concluding my observations, I would like to underscore that many of our problems are common and that Turkey has experience, is willing, and is able to approach them efficiently. So we believe that as members of outside the region, our policy towards Latin America and the Caribbean is compatible with that of ECLAC, and we are willing to contribute to ECLAC's initiatives. In that sense, we will maintain our cooperation with organizations in the United Nations, including UNFPA. We will continue working with a common objective of achieving sustainable social development, a more balanced world life, and for the benefit of all of our people.
Countries of the Caribbean that are facing the horrible hurricane. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Turquía.
Thank you, Turkey. There are no more requests to speak. So now we yield to the United Nations agencies and programs. We have the IOM, please.
Le pedimos a la delegación.
We ask that the IOM representative please approach the main table.
Muy buenos días, un respetuoso saludo para el gobierno.
Good morning and respectful greetings to the Governor of Colombia, to the chair of the table, to the Deputy Executive Secretary, and distinguished representatives of governments across the region, as well as representative of civil society, academia, and all other participants for the IOM. It's an honor to be a part of this fifth session of the Regional Conference on Population Development for Latin America and the Caribbean. I'd like, by echoing the solidarity message submitted by our director to all countries in the region that are being impacted by Hurricane Beryl. We live in a continent that is marked by migration, and none of the countries can free itself from the impact of migration, nor can it grow its welfare and economy without migrant populations. And just to point out some figures, according to United Nations estimates, in 2020, Latin America and the Caribbean had a migrant population of nearly 43 million people who were living in a country where they had not been born, which is about 15% of the 281 million migrants all across the world. Most of them, 25.5 million, in other words, 59.5% of all migrants in the region were in Canada and the United States. And outside of the region, almost 5.4 million in Europe, people coming from Latin America and the Caribbean for 15% of total. At an interregional level, the estimate is that the region has 11.3 migrant persons, mainly in South America, which makes up 26.3 of the total. That is nearly 15% of the 281 million migrants all across the world. Without a doubt, regional migration has intensified and diversified over the last few decades, and now there are migrants in countries that were before not receiving countries, and which means we're facing challenges arising from mass and short-term migration phenomena that create pressures. First, related to the risks that migrant persons face over the course of their migration process, and which demand that vulnerable populations protection mechanisms are activated according to their profiles and specific needs. Second, migration irregularity, which means that we need to widen and further the regularization processes in a stable and continuous manner. Third, barriers to social inclusion of migrant and refugee populations, which makes them more vulnerable to abuse, discrimination, lack of protection, and which call us to promote more effective strategies for socioeconomic integration and the fight against xenophobia and discrimination. Fourth, and here we're not being rigorous, the difficulties in integrating returnees and displaced peoples. We know that discrimination or migration is a key point to the progress of societies. Migrants and refugees contribute to the labor markets in their countries of arrival. They contribute to the economy. They contribute to the demographics because they improve the skilled labor offer and improve the communities where they live and also where they come from. There are currently challenges to the world: climate change, demographic transition, urbanization, digitalization. Just a few months during the General Assembly in the New York headquarters of the United Nations, the member states on the summit on the SDGs provided the following declaration. We recognize the dispositions of migrant peoples for inclusive growth and sustainable development in the transit, destination, and origin countries, especially as regards the improvement of societies from human capacity perspective and social perspective. To attain this achievement, we need to further our commitment in cooperating at a national level to ensure orderly and regulated migration that fully respects human rights and provides humane treatment to migrants, to also provide support to all the countries involved in the process in the spirit of international cooperation, keeping in mind, of course, national and local circumstances. Vis-a-vis this complex situation, the IOM is aware of the importance of migration and how it improves the lives of migrant people, their families, and their receiving countries. And it is clear that sustainable development goals will not and cannot be attained if we don't have orderly, regulated, and safe migration. That's why, for the period 2024-2028, the organization is focusing on three priorities: saving lives and protect people on the move, drive help to displacement movements. Besides, this is in tandem with point 10.3 of the 2030 agenda, by which member states committed to cooperating as part of the plan to enable safe, orderly, and regulated migration. The potential of migration will also enable meeting SDGs, especially the one related to reducing inequality in the countries, contributing to sustained, inclusive, and sustainable development, to look after having migration always be a choice and not an obligation, and also ensure orderly, safe, and regular migration in the context of climate action, as well as enabling agreements between states to ensure the coherence of migration policies across all states and integrating migrant peoples in the policies and social protection regimes in order to confront the challenges of migration in an ever more interdependent and complex world without leaving to aside the most vulnerable populations. In order to do this, we need to collaborate together, the governments, the private sector, international organizations, academia, civil society, and of course, migrant persons and refugee populations are all key agents in this process. Vis-a-vis the second review of the Regional World Pact, we ought to seize the opportunity to double down our efforts within the international community to implement the pact at a regional and local level. I want to congratulate the country of El Salvador for having passed its national plan on the implementation on the World Migration Pact. Last, I want to reaffirm the IOM's commitment to materialize the promising view of migration and to help these populations across the world. Thank you very, very much.
Gracias, OIM. Continuamos.
Thank you to the IOM. Now we are ready to hear from a representative of UN Women.
Muy buenos días. En primer lugar, quiero.
First off, good morning, and I'd like to greet the representatives of the presiding officers. The interpreter apologizes. The audio isn't clear.
En vista de que ayer no hubo oportunidad de comentar.
Since yesterday we didn't get a chance to comment, I'd like to refer to a document presented yesterday by the director of SELADE related to population rights and development in Latin America, which talks about the advancement of the Montevideo Consensus in our region and highlights especially the importance of gender equality in order to make strides. The document examines the measures done to promote and protect the rights of women and guaranteeing their autonomy, as well as eradicating violence. These are two key points to implement this agenda, giving the alarming data in the region by which 11 women are killed for gender-based issues. And this is ECLAC data. In the same fashion, women continue to carry the burden of the work at home, which limits their ability to participate in the labor force and decreases their income. In fact, women invest 3 times as much time in domestic work and unpaid caregiving. And for this, I'd like to remind the agreements of the most recent Regional Women's Conference in Buenos Aires 1.5 years ago, by which the governments resumed and reaffirmed their commitment to work with the care economy. The report also mentions the need to strengthen the human rights approach with a gender perspective, as well as its intersectionality and interculturality. And several examples have been mentioned over the course of yesterday and today of the greater disadvantages faced by indigenous and Afro women to be able to attain these goals. As regards this morning's panel on the achievements and challenges of the Montevideo Consensus, I'd like to mention some advancements, specifically in statistical terms. And these are relevant to make the magnitude of inequality more visible. Also, they help assess the progress to attain the goals that will improve the status of women, and also are the input for the formulation of policies, programs that look to promote gender equality. First off, I'd like to mention Agreement B17 to ensure that statistical data are broken down according to cultural, territorial, and demographic variables, as are gender, and key issues like education, employment, and participation of children and adolescents. In Latin America, at least 8 countries in the region in the last 10 years have carried out specialized surveys to measure gender-based violence cases, and at least 12 have had surveys related to the use of time. Also, I'd like to mention the commitment of UN Women towards the importance of gender statistics, which are enshrined in the Women Count project, which seeks to attain a change in the way in which gender statistics are created and used. We currently have a country program with Colombia and a regional program for Latin America and the Caribbean. Second, I'd like to refer to Agreement J102 to improve the official data sources, but yet promote the independence of the national statistics offices according to their institutional frameworks and making this information comparable. In that regard, I'd like to talk about the initiative that UN Women participates in with its Global Gender Statistics Excellence Center, which, along with UNODC, is running a pilot program in 3 countries in the region on the statistical framework on the killings of women for gender-based reasons. And this will allow us to make progress in the compatibility of statistics related to the most serious expression of violence against women, which is killing. Also, Agreement E62 to improve statistic systems, official indicators, administrative registries, and records that incorporate the gender perspective. In this regard, I'd like to highlight the work of the ECLAC's Las Americas statistic effort and its working group under the coordination of Mexico's INEGI's and UN Women's Technical Support, approved in 2023 a guideline to transversalize the gender approach in statistics productions. And this is a guide to integrate the gender perspective at all stages of statistical production. I'd like to mention that this year, the region is working on building a toolbox to make the gender perspective cross-cutting in the statistic production process in the framework of the CEA's work. In 2025, we will be the 30th anniversary of the 4th World Conference on Women and the Beijing Declaration from 1995. And this commemoration will be an opportunity to reinforce and reiterate the commitments taken on by the states to attain gender equality according to Beijing's action platform, as well putting forth other instruments like the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its coordination with El Cairo's agenda and the Montevideo Consensus. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Thank you. We will continue with Ica. Good morning. I want to thank the government of Colombia for hosting us in beautiful Cartagena. And thank you. We are ICA. We are the Specialized Agricultural and Rural Well-being of the Inter-American System. We have a network of 34 offices throughout the countries in the Americas. And as international cooperation, we want to say that we are very sorry for what is occurring in the Caribbean currently because of the Beryl hurricane that is affecting the rural and urban areas of several countries. To tell you that we had an initial meeting this morning, and we are sending seeds to St. Vincent and the Grenadines to start to rebuild the rural sector, as what happened after they had the volcano a couple of years ago. Now, as ICA offices, we're organizing ourselves to send seeds immediately. In the population in the Americas and the world, the population is growing permanently, and that means that we need to produce more food in a more sustainable way, and that is what IGA's turned to. The average age of producers in the America is close to 50 years, when a few years ago it was 35. So producers, rural farmers, are older, and we have to do something to attract the youth, to have more agricultural leaders or the youth involved in rural development and the production of food and food security. If we don't have food, well, everything else is not relevant, and we have to produce in a more sustainable way. And the only way of doing that is to make the youth fall in love again with the production of food and with farming. We did a rural connectivity study in the Americas, and the lack of connectivity, of high-quality internet, to use simple words, is the factor that expels the youth from rural areas. The young people that don't have internet, they have a different way of seeing the world, and the youth sees the world in a different way. And if they don't have the possibility of 4.0 agriculture, digital marketing, organic production, they just abandon the fields and go out to the cities. And if we don't have more young agricultural leaders committed to producing food in a more sustainable way, this will be more complicated. So as an international cooperation office, we ratify our commitment towards the development and opportunities on entrepreneurship, rural development in the youth of the Americas, and we ratify our commitment with countries of the Caribbean that are going through this very severe juncture with Beryl hurricane that has hit the coast of the Caribbean. And we are at ICA, and our network of offices in the Caribbean is open for them. In my case, from Chile, from the southern region, we are starting to gather seeds to plant rural sectors affected by the hurricane. And thank you very much. Thank you, ICA. We will continue now with the Andean Health Organization. Thank you for the possibility of speaking with you for a couple of minutes. My solidarity for everything that is happening with Hurricane Beryl. That is just a warning that climate change has to be taken more seriously. A respectful greeting to all those that are present, to the authorities, to the officers. Thank you for allowing the Andean Health Organization talk about this topic. First, we are satisfied because we are connected. Definitely everything that has been presented here is very important for us. We have spoken about productive, inclusive, sustainable development. We have spoken for the women, no more violence, economic autonomy, and care for caregivers. We have spoken about intergenerational solidarity, giving opportunities to the youth, not forgetting older adults. The webinar. You can connect now. We're talking about this in a United Nation webinar. We have also spoken about racism. The webinar's topic next week will be racism. And I want to share with you that the strategic guidelines for 2023 to 2030 consider that health has to continue being at the center of all policies. We have forgotten COVID. COVID just occurred, but we have forgotten and we are displacing health. Another priority that has been mentioned today has been inequalities. If we don't improve inequalities, all of our indicators will not meet our goals. That is why we are sharing that we have the intersectorial Andean workforce against health inequalities. And that has laid very important work throughout 6 countries. We also want to mention a couple of issues that have not been mentioned, only at a side, but one of these is mental health. We have a mental health emergency. If we don't recognize that, we will not be able to move forward. Depression, anxiety, suicide attempts, and post-traumatic stress have increased, and boys, girls, and adolescents are those that are most affected. And now we're talking about climate anxiety. There is a direct relationship in everything that is happening with climate change. And all of these hurricanes and everything else that is occurring, and that is closely related with mental health. Another issue that we would like to insist on is digital health. My previous colleague spoke about internet. And in these times, internet has become a social determinant. If you have internet, you have access to a lot of things. If you don't have internet, you don't have access. Another topic that is important that was already mentioned, and I won't extend on it, is the migration. Let's remember that we have 8,000 million people around the world and 1,000 are migrants. At the UN, we shouldn't forget about, talk only about external migration, but also internal migration. And I would like to tell you that we work in strategic alliances with all of the UN organizations, with academia. We have agreements with Tuck and Maastricht University, with many other universities, with the civil society, because there's not too much that we can do by ourselves. We have to be interconnected. And another reason why we are here, we want to thank the UNFPA for the support to our 6 countries. And we can say another couple of things. Maternal mortality has decreased, yes. It is reduced. Or those that die most, those that are more vulnerable. So the conclusion is that we need to have more data, better data, to be able to disaggregate them and know what we're talking about. And second, we need to improve the resolution of our networks. And I'm a physician, we have to talk about networks of service. Second topic, unintentional pregnancies in adolescents. In my 6 countries, there has been a very slight reduction. But in general, what we still see seems to increase is pregnancies in adolescents between 10 to 14 years. The issue of pregnancies in adolescents, I think we already know. 1, we need comprehensive sexual education from an early age. 2, services that respond to expectations. And number 3, and the most important one, is to provide opportunities so that these adolescents can develop. And please, there, I would like to insist that the role of males is taken into account, because males are important in this issue. They are related in pregnant adolescents and violence. And yes, we are building new masculinities, but the figures are very clear. We are not achieving much in this sense. So we talk about violence now and the different violences. There are many different types of violence, but there's one violence that we have not shed too much light on, which is digital violence, cyberbullying. And our boys, girls, and adolescents are exposed to that. So there are advances. We cannot say that we haven't advanced, but we are in a different context now. We are in a context where we need environmental justice, we need social justice, we need to reduce inequalities, we need to reduce racism, but we also need to work together so that each one, regardless of their capacities, can fully enjoy. I'm a health organization, so I need to talk about health so that we can fully enjoy our right to health and well-being. And we will not be able to achieve that if we don't live a dignified life. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you. We will move now to Parlacen. Thank you, Madam Chair, and to all of the leading work group that has organized this very transcendental event. And because I consider it that way, the Central American Parliament political organization and democratic representation of the Central American system has wanted to be present in these work sessions by its chair, Silvia Garcia from the Dominican Republic, and our deputy chair, Honorable Deputy Carla Gutierrez. We thank you for the honor of participating at this event. Thank you to ECLAC and those that are leading this very important regional forum. At the Central American Parliament, we are committed with all of these different topics that have been discussed during these 2 days here in Cartagena, Colombia. We want to thank the people of Colombia for hosting us in their home. From the Central American Parliament, we have been working through permanent commissions. We will mention the Commission of Trade and Development, the Foreign Affairs and Migration as well. Migration is important for a parliament that has its headquarters in the city of Guatemala. Because of the strong daily migration that we have going through Mexico towards the United States. Soon in September, we will be holding a regional forum that the Kingdom of Morocco will hold with us, as well as Turkey. We have spoken with that ambassador in Guatemala to join forces with the United States and take a close look at this fundamental issue for the region of Central America and the Dominican Republic. But through the Commission of Women, Youth, and Family, we also work on issues related to fighting for the rights of women, girls, adolescents, for caring of older adults as well. And last week, precisely, From this commission, we held the Regional Forum on Empowerment and Economic Autonomy of Women. We consider that this is a priority and transcendental for the development of our women and with them of their families and thus of our societies. Also, at the Parlacem, we work on environmental issues through the agricultural, environment, and natural resource institution, and we look at fossil fuels and how this harms our environment. Also, from the Commission of Human Rights, we work for preserving the rights of people. We have been working on cybercrime. We're just giving you a brief idea of these topics. We have been organizing events in Honduras recently on cybercrime. We are trying to work with the different national congresses. Some have legislation around this topic, but we need to reinforce that. We also want to inform that we have the Commission of Indigenous People and Afro-Descendants, and there we work for the inclusion and so that there's no type of inequality amongst people. We also work with people that have special qualities. You might understand that if a person has some type of disability, they are still like any other person. As Parlacen, we believe that they are the same. In 2019, I proposed the initiative of eliminating child marriage. That was on the table because of lack of quorum, but there was continuity, and in 2020 it became a resolution that we sent to all of the countries of Parlacen, and it became the first law in 2021, 01/2021, from the Dominican Republic that bans child marriage that is so harmful for the development of girls as well as pregnancies in adolescence. And that is a problem that exists in our region, and we understand that we need to continue fighting against it because it harms the healthy growth of girls and boys. And we join forces, all of the regional fora, all of the entities, to work together around these issues that have so many difficult consequences for the development of our people. Equality, gender parity are also fundamental topics. So we always join forces with UN Women and other entities such as COMCA, the Council of Ministers of Women in Central America, and the Dominican Republic. All of the other topics that have been mentioned as Parlacen, we request that you send us the summary and conclusions so that we can work and provide some initiatives so that we can contribute to reducing the damage of ignoring this very transcendental topics. Thank you very much for inviting us here. Thank you for the invitation and for working on these very important topics, and enjoy the rest of the day.
Muchas gracias. Continuamos con.
Thank you. We continue with FILAC. You have the floor. Thank you. On behalf of the Fund for the Development of Indigenous People in Latin America and the Caribbean, FILAC, I want to extend a special Greetings to this conference on population and development, the member states, organizations, the civil society, women and youth organizations. After 11 years of the adoption of the Montevideo Consensus, there's still a powerful commitment of governments to guarantee full integration of population and demographic dynamics in sustainable development with equality and full guarantee of human rights. And out of those 9 chapters, Chapter H has the mandate of interculturality and rights of indigenous people. This chapter, with follow-up indicators, considers measures on that regard and applying the rights of indigenous people according to international standards such as Agreement 169 from the ILO and the Declaration of the United Nations on the Rights of Indigenous People. However, after 11 years, we see with concern that many aspects have not changed, such as, for example, the urgent need of respecting and promoting territorial rights of indigenous people as a necessary requirement for the development of their identity and autonomy, and of the challenges with regards to the exploitation of natural resources and pressure on the territories of indigenous people, where the most affected ones are the women and indigenous girls. According to the second regional report on the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus, plans and programs directed to complying with the standards of rights of the indigenous people, they present heterogeneity in terms of emphasis, coverage, and actions. There are gaps in implementation and difficulties for assessment because of lack of data, disaggregated indicators in the national voluntary reports. In that sense, FELAC, with the support of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, and the Population Fund of the United Nations, and the participation of indigenous women through the MILAC, we have consolidated a monitoring system to follow up the implementation of Recommendation 39 from CEDAW on the rights of indigenous women and girls. With the indicators established that parity monitoring established by indigenous people will allow an exhaustive assessment of the implementation of the states of Latin America and the Caribbean on Recommendation 39 on CEDAW and Chapter H of the Montevideo Consensus. So from FELAC, we encourage and invite the states to add on to this initiative in favor of the rights of the indigenous people, specifically of indigenous women and girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you, FELAC, for your remarks. We thank all organizations who have participated, and having come to the end of this morning session, we ask that you take a lunch break up until 2:30. We will see you at 2:30. Thank you.
Les recordamos que durante el
Let's please be reminded that during the break, there will be different parallel sessions to which you're all warmly welcome. Thank you.
La Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL destinado al seguimiento y la revisión de los temas relacionados con la población y el desarrollo, como la salud sexual y reproductiva, los niños, niñas, adolescentes y jóvenes, las personas mayores, la migración internacional, los pueblos indígenas y las poblaciones afrodescendientes. Desde su primera reunión en 2013, cuando se adoptó el Consenso de Montevideo sobre Población y Desarrollo, uno de los logros de la conferencia ha sido la institucionalización de los temas de población y desarrollo en las agendas de los gobiernos de la región. Asimismo, las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han tenido un rol protagónico, impulsando nuevos temas y expandiendo la agenda de discusión. La conferencia cuenta con el apoyo estratégico del Fondo de Población de las Naciones Unidas. La quinta reunión de la conferencia se realizará en el Centro de Convenciones de Cartagena de Indias, Colombia, los días 3 y 4 de julio de 2024. Será precedida el 2 de julio por eventos paralelos y actividades de la sociedad civil. Durante el encuentro, la CEPAL presentará el documento titulado Población, Desarrollo y Derechos en América Latina y el Caribe, que constituye el segundo informe regional sobre la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo y analiza los avances en la implementación de las medidas prioritarias del acuerdo a 10 años de su adopción. La reunión contará con 2 paneles temáticos en los que los países miembros y otros actores compartirán sus experiencias y los desafíos de la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo a 30 años del Programa de Acción de la Conferencia Internacional sobre la Población y el Desarrollo, y analizarán los avances y retos para garantizar el pleno ejercicio de los derechos de las personas con discapacidad en el marco de la Agenda de Población y Desarrollo. La Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL destinado al seguimiento y la revisión de los temas relacionados con la población y el desarrollo, como la salud sexual y reproductiva, los niños, niñas, adolescentes y jóvenes, las personas mayores, la migración internacional, los pueblos indígenas y las poblaciones afrodescendientes. Desde su primera reunión en 2013, cuando se adoptó el Consenso de Montevideo sobre Población y Desarrollo, uno de los logros de la conferencia ha sido la institucionalización de los temas de población y desarrollo en las agendas de los gobiernos de la región. Asimismo, las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han tenido un rol protagónico, impulsando nuevos temas y expandiendo la agenda de discusión. La conferencia cuenta con el apoyo estratégico del Fondo de Población de las Naciones Unidas. La quinta reunión de la conferencia se realizará en el Centro de Convenciones de Cartagena de Indias, Colombia, los días 3 y 4 de julio de 2024. Será precedida el 2 de julio por eventos paralelos y actividades de la sociedad civil. Durante el encuentro, la CEPAL presentará el documento titulado Población, Desarrollo y Derechos en América Latina y el Caribe, que constituye el segundo informe regional sobre la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo y analiza los avances en la implementación de las medidas prioritarias del acuerdo a 10 años de su adopción. La reunión contará con 2 paneles temáticos en los que los países miembros y otros actores compartirán sus experiencias y los desafíos para la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo a 30 años del Programa de Acción de la Conferencia Internacional sobre la Población y el Desarrollo, y analizarán los avances y retos para garantizar el pleno ejercicio de los derechos de las personas con discapacidad en el marco de la Agenda de Población y Desarrollo. La Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL destinado al seguimiento y la revisión de los temas relacionados con la población y el desarrollo, como la salud sexual y reproductiva, los niños, niñas, adolescentes y jóvenes, las personas mayores, la migración internacional, los pueblos indígenas y las poblaciones afrodescendientes. Desde su primera reunión en 2013, cuando se adoptó el Consenso de Montevideo sobre Población y Desarrollo, uno de los logros de la conferencia ha sido la institucionalización de los temas de población y desarrollo en las agendas de los gobiernos de la región. Asimismo, las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han tenido un rol protagónico, impulsando nuevos temas y expandiendo la agenda de discusión. La conferencia cuenta con el apoyo estratégico del Fondo de Población de las Naciones Unidas. La quinta reunión de la conferencia se realizará en el Centro de Convenciones de Cartagena de Indias, Colombia, los días 3 y 4 de julio de 2024. Será precedida el 2 de julio por eventos paralelos y actividades de la sociedad civil. Durante el encuentro, la CEPAL presentará el documento titulado Población, Desarrollo y Derechos en América Latina y el Caribe, que constituye el segundo informe regional sobre la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo y analiza los avances en la implementación de las medidas prioritarias del acuerdo a 10 años de su adopción. La reunión contará con 2 paneles temáticos en los que los países miembros y otros actores compartirán sus experiencias y los desafíos para la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo a 30 años del Programa de Acción de la Conferencia Internacional sobre la Población y el Desarrollo, y analizarán los avances y retos para garantizar el pleno ejercicio de los derechos de las personas con discapacidad en el marco de la Agenda de Población y Desarrollo. La Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL destinado al seguimiento y la revisión de los temas relacionados con la población y el desarrollo, como la salud sexual y reproductiva, los niños, niñas, adolescentes y jóvenes, las personas mayores, la migración internacional, los pueblos indígenas y las poblaciones afrodescendientes. Desde su primera reunión en 2013, cuando se adoptó el Consenso de Montevideo sobre Población y Desarrollo, uno de los logros de la conferencia ha sido la institucionalización de los temas de población y desarrollo en las agendas de los gobiernos de la región. Asimismo, las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han tenido un rol protagónico, impulsando nuevos temas y expandiendo la agenda de discusión. La conferencia cuenta con el apoyo estratégico del Fondo de Población de las Naciones Unidas. La quinta reunión de la conferencia se realizará en el Centro de Convenciones de Cartagena de Indias, Colombia, los días 3 y 4 de julio de 2024. Será precedida el 2 de julio por eventos paralelos y actividades de la sociedad civil. Durante el encuentro, la CEPAL presentará el documento titulado Población, Desarrollo y Derechos en América Latina y el Caribe, que constituye el segundo informe regional sobre la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo y analiza los avances en la implementación de las medidas prioritarias del acuerdo a 10 años de su adopción. La reunión contará con 2 paneles temáticos en los que los países miembros y otros actores compartirán sus experiencias y los desafíos para la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo a 30 años del Programa de Acción de la Conferencia Internacional sobre la Población y el Desarrollo, y analizarán los avances y retos para garantizar el pleno ejercicio de los derechos de las personas con discapacidad en el marco de la Agenda de Población y Desarrollo. La Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL destinado al seguimiento y la revisión de los temas relacionados con la población y el desarrollo, como la salud sexual y reproductiva, los niños. El Consenso de Montevideo es el acuerdo intergubernamental más importante de América Latina y el Caribe en materia de población y desarrollo. Para transformarlo en una agenda operativa, los países de la región alcanzaron en sucesivas reuniones acuerdos sobre los procedimientos, actividades y responsabilidades sobre el proceso de implementación del Consenso de Montevideo sistema de Naciones Unidas y otros organismos multilaterales, todos en la tarea de dar cumplimiento a las medidas prioritarias acordadas en el Consenso de Montevideo, las cuales complementan y hacen sinergias con las metas que componen la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible, considerando las especificidades de la región. El Consenso de Montevideo es el acuerdo intergubernamental más importante de América Latina y el Caribe.
Sí. ¿Aló? Sí. Mr. Henrik, you can help me. Tenemos el audio abierto. Hello? Sí, aló. Sí. Aló, sí. Dos. Aló, sí. Uno. Sí. Mr. Kenrick, you can help me. Kenrick. ¿No está? Sí. Uno, dos, tres. Mr. Kenrick, can you hear me? Hi, sorry, I went to get some food.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kenrick. Can you hear us?
Good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon.
Sorry, we need to test again here in the main room. I will put in your spotlight, okay? But can you open your camera, please?
Sure,
Again?
just a second.
Okay, perfect. I will send you a start video request. Can you click it, please?
Right, my video.
Yeah, now it's on.
Okay.
Perfect. Give me a second. We are putting your. Okay. Okay. Can you talk again, like 5 or 10 seconds, please?
This is a test. I hope that you can hear me loud and clearly. I hope everything is good. I hope your weather is good.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Kenrick. Sorry for the second test, but we need to test the connection in the main room, okay? So thank you very much and see you in minutes.
At 1:30.
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm making sure because I know the time difference. All right, good. Thanks.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you. Testing, testing.
La Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL destinado al seguimiento y la revisión de los temas relacionados con la población y el desarrollo, como la salud sexual y reproductiva, los niños, niñas, adolescentes y jóvenes, las personas mayores, la migración internacional, los pueblos indígenas y las poblaciones afrodescendientes. Desde su primera reunión en 2013, cuando se adoptó el Consenso de Montevideo sobre Población y Desarrollo, uno de los logros de la conferencia ha sido la institucionalización de los temas de población y desarrollo en las agendas de los gobiernos de la región. Asimismo, las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han tenido un rol protagónico, impulsando nuevos temas y expandiendo la agenda de discusión. La conferencia cuenta con el apoyo estratégico del Fondo de Población de las Naciones Unidas. La quinta reunión de la conferencia se realizará en el Centro de Convenciones de Cartagena de Indias, Colombia, los días 3 y 4 de julio de 2024. Será precedida el 2 de julio por eventos paralelos y actividades de la sociedad civil. Durante el encuentro, la CEPAL presentará el documento titulado Población, Desarrollo y Derechos en América Latina y el Caribe, que constituye el segundo informe regional sobre la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo y analiza los avances en la implementación de las medidas prioritarias del acuerdo a 10 años de su adopción. La reunión contará con 2 paneles temáticos en los que los países miembros y otros actores compartirán sus experiencias y los desafíos para la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo a 30 años del Programa de Acción de la Conferencia Internacional sobre la Población y el Desarrollo, y analizarán los avances y retos para garantizar el pleno ejercicio de los derechos de las personas con discapacidad en el marco de la Agenda de Población y Desarrollo. La Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL destinado al seguimiento y la revisión de los temas relacionados con la población y el desarrollo, como la salud sexual y reproductiva, los niños, niñas, adolescentes y jóvenes, las personas mayores, la migración internacional, los pueblos indígenas y las poblaciones afrodescendientes. Desde su primera reunión en 2013, cuando se adoptó el Consenso de Montevideo sobre Población y Desarrollo, uno de los logros de la conferencia ha sido la institucionalización de los temas de población y desarrollo en las agendas de los gobiernos de la región. Asimismo, las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han tenido un rol protagónico, impulsando nuevos temas y expandiendo la agenda de discusión. La conferencia cuenta con el apoyo estratégico del Fondo de Población de las Naciones Unidas. La quinta reunión de la conferencia se realizará en el Centro de Convenciones de Cartagena de Indias, Colombia, los días 3 y 4 de julio de 2024. Será precedida el 2 de julio por eventos paralelos y actividades de la sociedad civil. Durante el encuentro, la CEPAL presentará el documento titulado Población, Desarrollo y Derechos en América Latina y el Caribe, que constituye el segundo informe regional sobre la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo y analiza los avances en la implementación de las medidas prioritarias del acuerdo a 10 años de su adopción. La reunión contará con 2 paneles temáticos en los que los países miembros y otros actores compartirán sus experiencias y los desafíos para la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo a 30 años del Programa de Acción de la Conferencia Internacional sobre la Población y el Desarrollo, y analizarán los avances y retos para garantizar el pleno ejercicio de los derechos de las personas con discapacidad en el marco de la Agenda de Población y Desarrollo. La Conferencia Regional sobre Población y Desarrollo de América Latina y el Caribe es un órgano subsidiario de la CEPAL destinado al seguimiento y la revisión de los temas relacionados con la población y el desarrollo, como la salud sexual y reproductiva, los niños, niñas, adolescentes y jóvenes, las personas mayores, la migración internacional, los pueblos indígenas y las poblaciones afrodescendientes. Desde su primera reunión en 2013, cuando se adoptó el Consenso de Montevideo sobre Población y Desarrollo, uno de los logros de la conferencia ha sido la institucionalización de los temas de población y desarrollo en las agendas de los gobiernos de la región. Asimismo, las organizaciones de la sociedad civil han tenido un rol protagónico, impulsando nuevos temas y expandiendo la agenda de discusión. La conferencia cuenta con el apoyo estratégico del Fondo de Población de las... El Consenso de Montevideo es el acuerdo intergubernamental más importante de América Latina y el Caribe en materia de población y desarrollo. Para transformarlo en una agenda operativa, los países de la región alcanzaron en sucesivas reuniones acuerdos sobre los procedimientos, actividades y responsabilidades sobre el proceso de implementación del Consenso de Montevideo y destacaron la importancia del seguimiento y la rendición de cuentas como componentes fundamentales para velar por el cumplimiento de las medidas prioritarias. Con este objetivo, la CEPAL desarrolló la plataforma virtual para contribuir al seguimiento regional del Consenso de Montevideo, un espacio que reúne las principales iniciativas reportadas por los países y los logros alcanzados con respecto a la población, sus condiciones de vida, el ejercicio de sus derechos y su desarrollo. En otras palabras, procura sistematizar los procesos y los resultados alcanzados en la región para dar cumplimiento a los compromisos asumidos en relación con el consenso. Se trata de un instrumento que se alimenta a partir del trabajo y esfuerzo colectivo de muchos actores en nuestra región, como son los gobiernos nacionales y locales y su institucionalidad, la sociedad civil y sus diversas organizaciones, el sistema de Naciones Unidas y otros organismos multilaterales, todos en la tarea de dar cumplimiento a las medidas prioritarias acordadas en el Consenso de Montevideo, las cuales complementan y hacen sinergias con las metas que componen la Agenda 2030 para el Desarrollo Sostenible, considerando las especificidades de la región. El consenso
¿Puedes hablar?
Hola, hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Listo?
Voy a traer un micrófono para pegarle acá un
Ok,
poquito, ¿sí?
sí, gracias. Gracias.
Muy buenas.
Good afternoon. We will kindly request that you return to your seats, all the delegations, so that we can shortly begin with the afternoon activities.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. We will continue with the second panel. It is called People with Disability in the Population and Development Agenda. Our moderator this afternoon, I will introduce Maria Soledad Cisterna. She is a professor of law and researcher, chair on the Committee on Rights on People with Disabilities from the United Nations from 2013 to 2016, and Special Envoyee on the Secretary General on Disability and Access from 2017 to 2023. Soledad, you can moderate the panel, and thank you. Thank you, Jimena. First, I want to give a warm welcome to all the kind attendees that are here, government representatives, international and regional organizations, and members of the civil society. I want to tell you that this panel will talk about people with disabilities and the agenda on population and development. This is very relevant during this meeting. For that reason, I must tell you that according to known statistics, over 85 million people are persons with disability in the region of Latin America and the Caribbean. This panel, and this is a milestone in regional conferences on population and development, to include a sector on people with disabilities, has its analyses based on two specific documents. First, the International Conference on Population and Development in Cairo, 1994, the Montevideo Consensus in 2013, but we also include a new legal instrument, which is the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. What is the importance of this international instrument? Besides the first treaty on human rights on the 21st century, in my opinion, it is the first or the greatest revolution in terms of human rights, because it looks at the axis on equality and non-discrimination, but also diversified rights depending on a group, as you could say in politological terms. And that is how this convention wants to promote, protect, and guarantee the full enjoyment and conditions of equality of all human rights and fundamental freedoms of people with disability promoting their inherent dignity. With this small introduction, I want to mention that the convention established certain principles. Some of these you can find and these given to other conventions, but it is necessary to see these through a legal instrument so that they could be completely valid for people with disability. So we find respect to dignity, individual autonomy, the freedom of making your own decisions, and the independence of people. Equal opportunities, non-discrimination, accessibility, participation, and full inclusion, equality between men and women. And so far, we have not talked about disability, as you can see. But that is just to mark that those general principles must be applied to people with disabilities. And we find two things. First, the inclusion of the condition of disability as part of a human condition, and the respect of faculties of boys and girls with disability, as well as respecting their personal identity. Then we could discuss about this. What we want is the identity of the person as they consider pertinent, and not to be the least similar to a person with disability. We face many challenges, and if we analyze the agenda on population and development and persons with disability, we will find surprising indicators, and I will mention just a few of these. For example, information to see the Sustainable Development Goal advancement is adapted at 50% to be able to understand how that compliance is developed. 40% is just a snapshot, and it is not enough. And the next 10% does not have adequate information. So of these SDGs, there are 232 compliance indicators, and only 5 of those are able to deliver information that can be timely assessed. And I will end my introduction by saying that this milestone, historical milestone of including a panel on people with disability at the regional conference on population and development has us face the summit on the future that will be held next September with a digital global agreement where people with disabilities have struggled for digital access, and next year the Global Summit on Disability. In this context is that we're thinking of a debate or a discussion between the members of this panel that come from different sectors, the government, the civil society, the academia, and international organizations. So I want to introduce Anderson Henao, who is a director on the guarantee of the rights of people with disabilities from the Ministry of Equality from Colombia. Anderson, welcome. In the second place, Olga Montúfar, who is the chair of the Network of Indigenous Women and Afro-descendant Women with Disabilities of Latin America and the Caribbean. Next, to my other side, we have Marcela Ramirez, who is the coordinator of the Continuing Education and Special Services Program and Deputy Director of the School of Social Work at the University of Costa Rica. Welcome, Marcela. And finally, here with me, we have Don Jorge Luis Diaz, who is a specialist in social cohesion area of the Ibero-American General Secretariat. Unfortunately, Mr. Kendrick Theo, president of the Belize Assembly for Persons with Diverse Abilities, he will have to participate online because of the climate situations that are occurring in the Caribbean. So at the end of each segment of the panel, we will give him the microphone. This panel is based on three different thematic areas, one regarding the focus, one the strategies, and the last one regarding the civil society. In each one of these segments, each one of the panelists will have 3 minutes to answer. We must be strict with time because we're very tight on time before closing. So there will be a voice on off, who is Margarita, who before the 3 minutes will announce when there is 1 minute left so that that person can start wrapping up. We will go now to the first segment, which is a change in perspective after the International Conference on Population and Development. So the first question is, what is the impact that each one of you believes exists when applying the medical healthcare model towards the social and human rights model in the last 30 years? And also, if you can answer, what plans and actions do you consider are core for the implementation of the rights of people with disabilities in the last 30 years? Anderson, you have the floor and you have 3 minutes. Maria Soledad, colleagues in the panel, respectful greetings to everyone here, people with disabilities in the room, respectful greetings. Well, the relationship between disability and development has been theorized and discussed widely. This is not something new, but it is due to scenarios such as the Montevideo Consensus, precisely. That has set us thinking in things such as the benefits. Development benefits are not just for some people. To think that benefits and development are just for some, that is neoliberal thinking. That is why the social struggles that have been allowed in treaties and consensus, like the ones that invite us, do not limit to economic redistribution, but also involve demands on recognition and respect. The lack of recognition can lead to suffering, humiliation, and social conflict. In other words, to social exclusion. The treaties that invite us here today recognize in human beings their diversities, their differences, and the underrepresented groups. Amongst people with disabilities, we have underrepresented groups that have not been a part of development or public policies. So that means that we need fair and decent societies. And I will look at the Montevideo Consensus again, and I identified precisely that. Just or fair societies are focused on equal distribution and on inclusion of people with disabilities. But decent societies worry about human treatment and the dignity of people with disabilities. So Vice President Francia Marquez would say decent societies are a requirement for just societies. a decent and fair society like the one suggested by the aspiration of the Montevideo Consensus would lead us to understand then that the dignity of people with disabilities has to become the norm, a custom. Thank you, Anderson. We have a very important woman here, Olga Montúfar. Please answer in that same section. And I want to stop here. At the United Nations, UN Women have said that women with disabilities are 300 years back in terms of equality. And I ask you, women with disabilities, are we 600 years back? Olga, can you please answer the questions we asked for this segment? Of course, yes. And thank you for the invitation. Well, we can reaffirm that after this structural change that we spoke, the Convention for the Rights of People with Disabilities, the importance of social determinants of health have been recognized, as well as life condition, employment, education, and in general well-being. We have also perfectly well understood that there is a new perspective that is wide and that has to be inclusive, in which we recognize that the condition of disability is also transversal. In many spaces, we have talked about intersectionality. A person that has a condition of disability, the more identities that person has, it sets us back from our rights. So I would also ask, how far away are indigenous women with disabilities on that delay? We have seen that the Montevideo Consensus has created or has promoted new actions, both in the region as in the countries. So we could say that even though we already had the Inter-American Consensus to eliminate discrimination against people with disability, we have the 10-year declaration. We're about to end the second phase, 2016 to 2026, that includes indicators on indigenous people with disabilities. The challenge we see there is that countries don't know how to report indicators that have intersectionality included and that are cross-cutting. It is very important that we continue working, people with disability continue working around this, but especially that we have serious monitoring and rigorous assessment of these international standards. Thank you, Olga. To my other side, we have another very important woman, Marcelita Ramirez. Please answer about this change in paradigm and policies and actions that you feel are core for the implementation of rights of people with disabilities. A short while ago, I was listening that women with disabilities are 600 years back. I would say 1,500 light years back in terms of rights. Because even though it is true that the rights of people with disabilities, the International Convention of People with Disabilities in 2016, there are still legal instruments and political and social actions where there are characteristics that are focused on disabilities. And we can see this when a woman with disabilities attends a health service, for example, and does not receive a high-quality health service. She cannot go into a medical office because there's no ramp, for example. That is why I was saying that delay or that blockage is enormous in terms of women and disabilities. Thus, the importance of making visible how to measure disability with specific indicators that are cross-cutting in the different legal instruments. We have to know where people with disabilities are, who they are, what is their daily life like to be able to solve their needs through public policies that are developed for them. Thank you, Marcela.
Ahora es el turno.
Now we're ready to hear from Jorge Luis Diaz and your answers on the questions related to the impact of changing the paradigm and the main policies for the implementation of rights. Thank you, Maria Soledad, and I greet my fellow panelists. As the General Secretariat of the Ibero-American Movement, we're pleased to be a part of this panel. As has been said by my colleagues already, what we are clear on is that the standardized model of the social model includes this paradigm in all of our legislation across the region, in Latin America and the Caribbean, and many of our countries have indeed ratified the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. As a result, it seems, or it would seem like in the region, from a legal perspective, we have a rather progressive line of action. However, what we find in reality is a gap between the standards, the regulations, the ratifications, and the actual situation of persons with disabilities in the region. Now, what this points at is that the indicators derived from the data are quite delayed when it comes to measuring access to education, to the labor market, to basic literacy, as well as access to health care. And this is worrying to us. It is true that the Montevideo Consensus, more than 10 years ago, as has been mentioned, started to represent and afford a roadmap and a concept framework for the region for development and population. I'd like to refer to one last point and let you know that in the next round of questions, I want to share with you a regional undertaking that the Iberoamericana General Secretariat is undertaking as regards rights of persons with disabilities. I will try to tackle all related to this initiative in the next round of questions. Thank you so much. Madam Moderator. Thank you, Jorge Luis. Now we're ready for the second set of questions related to strategies. And the questions here are as follows. First, which strategies are considered to be relevant so that the perspectives of persons with disabilities can be considered as a whole and positioned as part of the Montevideo Consensus? Second question, what measures and actions are deemed to be appropriate to make the rights of persons with disabilities visible and to drive these rights within the population and development agenda? This, if we keep in mind the importance of respecting individual autonomies, as well as the right to live independently and yet participate in the community. The third question is the following. What can be done from a gender perspective to make the statistics known? Statistics related to the rights of persons with disabilities and simultaneously drive the creation of new indicators based on type of condition. Let's remember numbers 17 and 19, which set the framework for such indicators to be created. And with this, I now yield to Jorge Luis Diaz.
Disculpen la omisión.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Jorge Luis. We have yet to hear from Henry Theus and his answers and reactions to the first set of questions related to the change in paradigm.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me on your panel today. In relation to beliefs and the rights of people, we are perhaps just behind in any of the panel of the countries represented here today. We only just passed our Disability Act last week, and before that, there was no concrete law in relation to the protection of rights. And even now, it will take us some time to write up the framework of the law. We have the substantive law now, right? But also to the working regulation to go along with that. And for us, the most important thing that we want to say is that we need to have a US registration of all disabled persons in the country, and also to accept on that registration the need of disability, what help they are in need of, and other factors that we can pull and hold them as statistics in order for us to know exactly where we need to be going. There is a lot of stigma attached to disability in this country, where especially for very young, that a child might live in a house and no one outside of the house, or very few outside of that house, would know that such a child even exists in that home. And those are the things that we need to change for people to look at it more as an opportunity for them to be assisted, for them to be schooled, and for services and goods to be able to reach them in a timely manner. Our system is limited in the amount of money that government spends on the disabled in this country. Because it's a new system, of course, you'll have to find the money to decide to implement these things. So our organization is more to advocate and to lobby, and to make sure that the social justice issues are attended to, and to make as much an impact on the amount of people that are in need of those different services in the shortest available amount of time. And as I said, we have no history of more than to say that the organization itself has been around since 1985. Released from the CRTT, I think about 30 years ago. And even this week alone, we are starting work on an equal opportunity bill, which has more protection and safeguards for the disabled in there. And there are other legislation that need to be looked at in relations to the hotel industry, or in relation to the transportation sector, education, health as well. And it might sound a bit it in a peaceful manner, but because we are so far behind and this is a big animal that we're dealing with, and as such it is not for us trying to conquer it. And as many small people right now, until we can have a full and comprehensive setup of the safety that we can look at each one and protect the rights of the disabled. So I thank you again.
Henry, Deus, I apologize to forget your virtual participation. Thank you very much.
You are welcome. Thank you.
Vamos. Aló, aló, sí.
Can you hear me? Wonderful. Now we will move on to the second set of questions, which refer to the strategies, and I will summarize the questions having to do with positioning to implement the Montevideo Consensus by making the rights of people with disabilities cross-cutting. Second, to ensure that the rights of people with disabilities are connected with the development and population agenda related to issues of independence and community participation. And third, to understand what actions we can undertake from a gender perspective so that the statistics truly reflect the situation of the rights of persons with disabilities, as well as the need to drive and create new indicators. Jorge Luis, you have the floor.
Gracias, María Soledad.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. As I pointed earlier in my remarks, the Montevideo Consensus sets forth a concept framework and a roadmap for different sectors of the population without, however, a specific chapter on persons with disabilities. That's how the Ibero-American Conference and SEGIB, my organization, which represents the 22 countries that are a part of it, 19 in the Spanish and Portuguese-speaking region in the Americas, and the remaining portion in Europe. The chiefs of state mandated in 2018 that my organization put together an Ibero-American program for persons with disabilities. And this is a pioneering program in the region. It is a South-South and triangular cooperation mechanism, of which the pertinent government agencies are part. Government agencies in 13 different countries. 4 of those are in the Southern Cone: Uruguay, Paraguay, Chile, and Argentina. 1 other in the Andean region, Ecuador. 5 in Central America and the Caribbean, Dominican Republic, Panama, Costa Rica, Guatemala, and Mexico. And 3 in the Iberian Peninsula, Andorra, Spain, and Portugal. I'd like to talk to you about the experience we've been having since 2018 related to the statistics that seek to understand the conditions and the situation from social and economic perspective, again in tandem with the United Nations agenda and the SDGs agenda, focusing around 6 main themes related to stats and data, to access to inclusive education, justice, equality and non-discrimination, along the same theme, employment, a 4th theme, empowering CSOs that represent persons with disabilities is a 5th one, and health as a 6th one. I believe that this experience that I am sharing with you in this room can afford some ideas on how it is that we're building this inclusive world that we seek to build. And of course, we want to make this experience available to the region at large so that it can draw and learn from the different aspects that the program, the Ibero-American program, tackles. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Jorge Luis. I'd now like to ask Marcela the same question. I can explain that the already existing indicators in the Montevideo Consensus do indeed include a perspective when it comes to gender and disabilities. Besides, it is paramount to include specific disability indicators and specific gender indicators. Let's remember a key point. Women can have disabilities, be Afro-descendant, belong to differently diverse groups, or to an ethnic group that is specific and determined. Some of us can be scholars, for example. Some of us live in jungle and rural areas. And from that viewpoint, we need to make that reality of persons with disabilities visible. Because these realities, beyond being an essential theme or issue, is a reality. And what does it mean when we say that it's a reality? That it goes through the body, through a political body, through a public body, through a physical body, and through a social body. International organizations have to come closer to understand and study populations with disabilities and CSOs that represent persons with disabilities in such a way that it can guarantee these groups self-representation. And academia has to work on more research projects and endowments jointly with civil society and all other entities that want to be a part of these research efforts. Research is key in order to propose change projects in any society. Thank you very much, Marcela. Very kind of you. Anderson, your thoughts on the second set of questions related to strategies. Thank you, Madam Moderator. We are indeed debating about the universal social safety net systems in order to guarantee that human rights can be fully enjoyed. But Maria Soledad and colleagues, something that's important and that Marcela mentioned must be kept in mind, and that is that we need to impact everyday lives of the populations. That's what public policies ought to do. And they are supported on precepts like the one set forth by the Montevideo Consensus, which of course needs to work from an intersectional viewpoint. And as I was having a conversation this morning around the topic, it's also important for public policies to acknowledge persons with disabilities and include their representatives. Public policies, and this is something we pointed out earlier too, have to look and understand persons with disabilities as subjects of rights, not just a quality indicator. This came up during the pandemic. Moreover, the states have to be not just contented with not imposing obstacles to the access to rights, but rather ensuring that persons with disabilities can fully enjoy their rights and make any necessary efforts to ensure that this is the case in aspects that have been mentioned in this panel and others. As regards health, labor markets, citizen participation, Amartya Sen talked about the need to widen the freedoms and capabilities of persons with disabilities by ensuring services as way of support so that they can have independent lives. And this is something that is being done in Colombia in Article 19 of Colombia's public policy on disabilities. Maria Soledad's question talks to this. The human affairs and human rights services, which for independent life and independently living mean support services, tech transfers if necessary. It is all of these mechanisms that will allow us to make development an inclusive development. In other words, development for all and not just for one. Thank you, Anderson. Dear Olga, you have the floor. Thank you so much, Maria Soledad. Let's start out by recognizing that persons with disabilities in their diversity have to be prioritized by the consensus. The group of women with disabilities at the regional level has already set up
indicators that are at the level of the Montevideo Consensus, and that certainly yesterday that was pronounced by the government of Costa Rica. This is work that, colleagues call it martyr work, and we hope it doesn't remain there. But that speaks precisely of the fact that we no longer need to create new indicators for the Montevideo Consensus, but that rather, from the ones that we already have, we can move forward. We also need, of course, that the indicators specifically agree with the Convention for Persons with Disabilities. They also have to agree with the 2030 agenda because its ideal is not to leave anyone behind. To include in all institutions policies directed to persons with disabilities, and with all of the diversity of persons that exist in that collective, and of course to develop strategies and tools for constructive dialogue between the civil society and persons with disabilities. This participation has to be active and legitimate because certainly since persons with disability are not consulted, this dialogue would be broken. And I repeat again, we need monitoring. We need to have permanent monitoring and surveillance besides the civil society continuing with their work. Thank you, Olga. Henry, you have the floor.
Hello again. In relation to our defendant beliefs, as I said, there was no real formative struggle apart from the fact that the MP goals and different government departments are working towards different parts that affect them that they're supposed to put. In relation to the city, we have no set foundation or a list of things that we want to do, sure that we're working towards delivering on our goals by 2030. I'm very interested in the video list of criteria as well, and that's something that we will look at subsequent to this meeting today and see how we can produce our board and how we can try to fit strategy and planning going forward. We are new on the screen of the Caribbean because most of you would that you've hardly ever heard my country believe in represented as some of these items over the years. But yet we have been fighting for certain things, and we've been lucky that we now have this, and we're working towards it there at least one other new system which will assist us. And I will say again that the most important thing to do is to get a count of the disabled employees, the degree of their disability, what are their immediate needs, their location, and whatever statistics we can find for them before we can talk about what our goals are for them. Because what in my head I have certain goals, but our numbers might they want something else. And we will do nothing without consulting with our people to ensure that this is what you actually want, and it will serve you best with the numbers that are here. So this is all new conversation, very interesting, and you that the next time around we will have indicators that we can share with you starting point until that new date. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry. Y ahora tenemos un espacio dinámico.
Now we have a dynamic space, what we call the flash interventions. We have had two segments, the impact of the change in model and what has been considered core, and another one on strategies. So I invite all of the panelists, including Kenrick, so that in one simple sentence, no more than a minute and a half, if you can give a thought or something in relation to what the other panelists have said, whether you agree with it or not, the floor is yours, and it is completely free. Who wants to use the microphone first? Raise your hand. Olguita Montúfar. Thank you. I will reaffirm it is necessary to add gender perspective and disability in the Montevideo Consensus. We are very thankful of what has happened during this meeting, during these 2 days, but we need more. We need that our needs and realities be reflected here, and of course that we are willing to accompany these indicators that have been built at the civil society level. Thank you, Olguita. Who else wants to participate with one of these flash interventions? It is very important that women with disability, above all, are persons. We are women. We are citizens. We are subjects of rights. Thank you, Marcela. Now the males that are here with us, who wants to speak first? Anderson, Jorge Luis. It is important for me to underscore the participation of civil society organizations and persons with disability. We have a motto, nothing without us, or nothing without us, about us. We have seen the leadership that in international, national instances they have had through their activism, precisely for the recognition of subjects and not objects of rights. This human rights perspective, the countries are the ones that implement it, but the advocacy of organizations of persons with disability has been very important, and I want to recognize and underscore that active participation, and I'm certain that they will continue down that same line. Thank you, Jorge. And I will continue, Maria Soledad Anderson. I would say the associative movement and social movements of persons with disability around the world are historical. They have their struggles, our struggles. They have been historical. And we have had conquerors. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is one of those conquerors. The population with disabilities for a very long time renounced to assistance, to the medicalist perspective. We have agreed with the states a design of inclusive public policies. Thank you. Thank you, Anderson. Kenrick, your flash intervention.
I would like to say that this work that is done locally, I believe, and regionally by small groups such as ours, these are the ones who really put it on the forefront. Then we have to also include the national the United Nations panel that have allowed it to put under one big broad umbrella, but it can be focused and then come back to a nation in a more concise way so we know exactly what we're working for. Because if we're not too careful, we find ourselves duplicating efforts when it has been made in the country already. We have found a way to fix it and to do it better. So we can adopt those principles and move forward and save time and have a great effect.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you.
And dear panelists, the last question. You have looked at this topic from different sides, so the last question refers to organizations of persons with disabilities. And this is the question. What is the role that organizations of persons with disabilities should have in accountability processes carried on by governments with regards to policies, programs, and actions oriented to persons with disabilities? And I will start with Marcela. Thank you, Soledad. There has to be political control. There has to be advisory. There has to be accompaniment and joint co-creation with the different social actors so that NGOs can develop can conduct that political control, and that we are all attentive to the results, the advances, and that joint work with social entities. Thank you, Marcela. Olga, your opinion? Yes, thank you, yes. The work of civil organizations is to accompany processes, and I want to say that many times the civil society produces alternative reports in accordance with several international instruments. But however, from the civil society and persons with disability, it has always had the intention that jointly we can see what are the challenges we have had during a certain period. But we have seen that the creation of alternative reports many times is considered a claim from the civil society. These reports have to be constructive. So I would ask that you don't see us as your enemies, but rather as your allies, so that we can walk down the construction of rights. And that is how we should see this message. Thank you, Olga. Very important to underscore that. Well, the same question on organizations to Jorge Luis. I did want to complete my colleagues' perspectives with a general observation number 7 of the Committee on Follow-up on the Convention on Persons with Disabilities. There's an importance on the participation of organizations of persons with disabilities. I think it is a mechanism that should be applied more comprehensively by the governments. There are different spaces that are consultative, of follow-up, of surveys, and different methodologies that the governments use. But I think that it is an important responsibility of countries to be able to give space to organizations of persons with disabilities, not only in follow-up of public policies related to them, but also to see that the gap between the recognition of their rights also can be seen in their daily life, the transformation of their own realities in the different aspects of their lives. Thank you, Jorge Luis. Anderson, please. Thank you, Maria Soledad. Well, I said it a moment ago. Social organizations that represent persons with disabilities in 2006 held a convention and have been able to have an international framework on observations on the Committee of Persons with Disabilities that have oriented public policies on disabilities in countries that have added to this convention. But social organizations, besides having that responsibility and that status of a consultative organization, that is how it is ratified in the convention in numeral 4, Article 4, numeral 3. We need to say that we face tensions, persons with disabilities, under the framework of intersectionalities, because we are here. We have Afro-descendant populations, indigenous people, LGBTI, and persons with disabilities as well, in the midst of diversities and intersectionalities, or those forms of oppression. We are there as well. There are also tensions because we have many militances when we belong to a sexual orientation, a certain gender. We can participate in social organizations of persons with disability, women as well, women with disabilities, or social organizations of Afro-descendants with disabilities, etc. So the challenges that the government has with regards to qualifications and guarantees for participation for these organizations are enormous. As a civil servant in the Colombian government, I recognize that we have many weaknesses to be able to guarantee participation as the convention mentions, of the social organizations that represent a population with disabilities. And I close by saying that in any case, there are other expressions of citizen participation or political participation that we need to begin to recognize. Social organizations, of course, but there are social movements, social networks that have other organizational structures that we must also begin to consider in these discussions. Thank you. Thank you, Anderson. Kenrick.
In Belize, we have about 28 small organizations with health issues, all leading back to something having to do with disability, such as autism, sickle cell, lupus, RA, goes on. They are all some of them are probably a husband and wife trying to keep their thing alive, but I think that they can strengthen those organizations. We can bring a better showcasing of the issues that they're facing, because no one knows better than them. We are an umbrella organization with that, in the sense that we are working on the, if you will, I will say, but our strength has to be much more rapid, so we can bring to the focus the overall need of everyone. Most people think of disability only as visible disability, where they see a leg, you have arms, blind, along those lines. There are other disabilities that need to be addressed, and they need to be brought forward. So for us, the only way we can keep this happening is in the strengthening of these small organizations, and then the umbrella organization as well in the country, to make sure that we have the linkages and the support that we might not have as a small group, but as a bigger group, we can obtain and share with those who are most in need of it in our country.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kenrick. And now, with regard to the same access, we will have our flash intervention for each one of you so that you can give your your opinions, stress anything you said, or if you want to contribute to any of the other interventions. Who wants to go first?
Jen Anderson?
Anderson? Yes. So, as a flash message, I would just like to say that public policy must have an impact on the daily lives of people with disabilities. One of our constant criticisms of public policy is that they don't become anything concrete in reality, that they don't actually change our daily lives. It's about having an impact on the spaces we exist in every day. It's where we go to work. It's where we go to study. It's living our lives. It's our daily lives. That's where we need to have an impact with public policy. Let me say once again that the state can't simply say they're doing enough by eliminating obstacles. Rather, they must actively incentivize the participation of people with disabilities, looking at their intersectionalities and looking at their different disabilities. For example, there are those of us who have problems with our sight or with our hearing, and then we have other colleagues, for example, who have cognitive issues, and these are different kinds of disabilities that must be taken into account. Thank you, Anderson. Marcela? I agree completely with this comment on our daily lives for people with disabilities. We need to raise awareness. And accessibility is not just a ramp. It's not just about having an elevator. It is about raising awareness, which goes all the way from the institutional space to public spaces. It also extends to regulations. It's also about accessible information. It's also about legal instruments. They must be put together in accessible language for people with disabilities, for people who have cognitive disabilities, for people who have psychosocial disabilities. In an ideal world, we should always have a universal design, but that does not exist yet. And so that is why we must call upon everyone to raise awareness, because raised awareness will have an impact on the daily lives of people with disabilities. Thank you, Marcela, for your contribution. Olguita. Yes, thank you very much. What I would like to highlight here is that we cannot take any more steps back. We had some advances in prior periods, and now every time that we see the administration change in our countries, every time that we once again revise a new international treaty, it seems as though international standards come to a halt. And so I would request that we do not let any further setbacks occur. Human rights are evolutionary, and we had already achieved enormous aspirations. So that would be my call, to not have any setbacks. Thank you very much, Olga. Jorge Luis. So I'd just like to echo what's been said by my colleagues. We must create enabling conditions, facilitation spaces, and states must ensure that these rights are respected, and rights bearers, rights holders, civil society in this case, must also work in pro of people with disabilities. Of course, we need these facilitation spaces, which will take us to progress and a new level of well-being, which will, of course, mean more just and inclusive as well as democratic societies. Thank you very much. And now, Kenrick.
Last week, we did the launch of another building set up a disability in Belize. And I said something then where I stated that we are fighting for rights that should be respectful, that they should have been there for us from the start. They are not special, someone can hold, and they can give it to us in a real fashion when they want and if they want. And it sounds forceful, but it has to be that way. Because the same is that it is, you can negotiate up to the point, and there's a change of government, and the government starting to deteriorate, and then there goes your good hands as well. So we have to be careful on the ground. We have to make sure that we are comprehensive and consistent at all times. Now that's very hard for a group that does not have the budget or the wherewithal in some cases, but it's a matter of taking your job seriously and making it known that you're not going to back up that easily and that you are in it for the long haul. A lot of governments have seen that these are real hospitals that are just going to be a bit for a bit and then fly away. And they have to be known that this is not that, and that your fight is much bigger than what is considered to be a nuisance, because what you're fighting is a right that a person should have had in the beginning.
Thank you very much, Henry. Gracias. Yo quisiera.
Thank you. I would like to make some remarks as we close this panel, and then also give you a space for open questions. I think that many people here are not familiar with the paradigm shift that occurred with the Convention, the Declaration on People with the Rights of Disabilities. The rights of people with disabilities. It is important to take into account that this paradigm shift no longer looked at people with disabilities as people who are given some kind of handout to survive, but rather their participation and inclusion is important. And the biomedical welfare-based model does not exist here. It is not about the family having voice and power of choice or vote over what a person with a disability should be subject to. The idea is for the person with a disability to be able to make their own decisions. And so the human rights model is a transcendental change because we are talking about a multifocal approach for rights bearers. And so when people have a physical, sensorial, mental, or psychosocial issue, as is mentioned in the Convention, well, here the Convention says that there is inclusion of people with deficiencies. That doesn't mean that there are increasingly new deficiencies, but what defines rights bearing is about whether or not these people come up against barriers of all types. For example, architectural obstacles, ramps, etc., but also barriers or obstacles when it comes to communication, technology, transport, products, processes, procedures. So here, the role no longer lies with the family, but with the state. And that is what the 191 states that have ratified this declaration have committed to fulfill this obligation. How do we measure this? Looking at whether or not a person with a disability has the fewest possible barriers to full enjoyment of their rights. But it is the state that must eliminate these barriers and create the necessary conditions for participation in public policy programs and actions. And above all else, awareness raising. What is important is that they be involved in decision-making for education, for health, etc., and also for socio-economic and cultural decisions, but also civil rights. I would like to be very clear on this point. While the majority of people are fighting for socioeconomic and cultural rights, oftentimes the population with a disability are fighting for civil and political rights. For example, the right to life was compromised during the pandemic. In certain countries, it was said that there would be no use of mechanical ventilation or respiration for people with intellectual disabilities, with autism, or with paralysis. This is an attack on the right to life, as is very clear, and also constitutes cruel and inhumane treatment. It is, in fact, similar to torture. There was a civil movement that fought to eliminate these situations that existed in some countries to ensure that people with disabilities could receive health care. Because disabled people's lives are worth the same, regardless of their status. That is part of our human diversity. I'm giving you a very extreme example, but this is part of the reality we face. It's part of the reality that we saw in the pandemic. 1 out of every 5 students abandoned their studies because 9 out of every 10 students did not have access to necessary devices to access online education. And then we can also look at how this has occurred in the workforce and in other situations. What about all of the cases of domestic violence, where half of all women with disabilities were affected by this kind of violence without the possibility to make a report to official systems? I remember a case of a deaf woman who tried to report on a case of domestic violence, a hearing impaired woman, and she was not able to leave a report because the machine was configured only for voice messages. It is the 21st century, and we now really need to look at this fine line that exists when it comes to human rights. And it is in this regional work that we do, it is extremely important, as was said by Olga, that we continue to advance and that we not take any steps back. The slogan, "No decisions made about us without us," has been an exercise in peaceful demands for rights to be respected. But with these peaceful demands for rights, we were able to achieve an international convention, which has been very broadly ratified. Now we come to the process of implementation. The convention, which is legally binding, and Marcela spoke about accessibility, that is a very important pillar and bridge for the exercise of human rights and fundamental liberties. 16% of the global population has a disability. So what does this mean? Policies must be state policies when it comes to people with disabilities. They cannot be government policies. We cannot have regressive measures being accepted, especially when it comes to social protection. And it's for this very reason that I reiterate we must continue to advance, because we already have the legal framework which sustains and supports sustainable development. We have the Population and Development Agenda. And I would like to pay homage to millions, or thousands, in fact, of people with disabilities who have been leaders to win these rights. We are still here fighting this fight. Some of them are no longer with us, but we are grateful for all of these victories, and we will not allow any steps to be taken backwards. Thank you. And so with this peaceful effort, no decisions made for us without us, we must continue. This must be understood as being transversal or cross-cutting. It must be understood as legal obligations that have been entered into by 191 states. All countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, in fact. And so I have one last phrase to offer. We are in the era of rights and not of favors. Thank you very much.
Me avisan que no va a haber.
I have just been informed we will not have a space for questions from the audience. Obviously, we are very passionate about this topic, but thank you for listening with such empathy.
Muchas gracias a la señora María Soledad Cisternas.
Thank you, Maria Soledad Cisternas, and other panelists who joined us in the second panel to talk about people with disabilities and the Population and Development Agenda. We would now invite you to take a half an hour break. We would like to see you back here, please, at 4:30 p.m. to close the 5th Regional Conference on Population and Development.
Listo.
Sí, no se preocupe, perdone. ¿Le va a pasar un pañito a la mesa?
Retomamos, estimados delegados.
Dear delegates, let's reconvene. Can we please be silent so that we can begin? So, point 8 of our topics, countries members of the leading workshop in the regional conference on population and development. And the secretary will lead this part of the meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair. The resolution for the 5th meeting of the Regional Conference on Population and Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, as we all know, was distributed to the government per instruction of the chair and the secretariat on June 7th this year. And there was time until June 7th to add suggestions on the language that several delegations sent to the chair and the secretariat. June 21st, there was a new version with the suggestions that were added that was sent and consulted during yesterday and today, July 3 and 4th. At your tables, you have the text of the draft resolution that reflects the consensus that was finalized this morning. It is a regional commitment with the advances of the Montevideo Consensus and with achievement of gender equality, autonomy, and guarantee of persons with disability, importance of transparent and disaggregated data. Madam Chair, so we're in conditions to move forward to the approval of the draft resolution. Thank you, Secretary. If there were no comments, then can we approve it? So approved.
Nuevamente.
And I will give the floor to the Secretary once again. Thank you, Madam Chair. On the 3rd, yesterday, our first procedure in this conference was to select Colombia as the chair of this conference during the next 2 years. And we opened up a space
Presidencia que ha sido ejercida.
And this has been exercised in an exemplary way with enormous leadership. And this has allowed us to reach the consensus that we just approved. We opened up a space to incorporate countries that will accompany the presidency of Colombia in the work that we will need to continue so that a reality of the draft resolution can become a reality. The countries that will be part of the presiding officer are Antigua and Barbuda, Brazil, Honduras, Guyana, Peru, the Dominican Republic, Suriname, and the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. So if we agree, that will be the presiding office, Madam Chair. If we don't have any observations, then that will be approved as well. Thank you. So this is now the closing event of this 5th conference. Javier Medina Vázquez, Deputy Executive Secretary of ECLAC, will speak first. Good afternoon, dear Constanza Bejarana, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, dear Susana Setoli, Director for Latin America and the Caribbean, UNFPA, dear Luis Llanes, Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America, Simone Cecchine Celade, Director, the Population Division of ECLAC. Dear ministers, delegates, representatives of civil society organizations, colleagues of the United Nations and ECLAC, and dear friends. With great satisfaction, we have reached the closing of this 5th meeting on the Regional Conference on Population Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. This beautiful scenario that the beautiful city of Cartagena has provided. These have been 2 intensive and productive work days where the sessions of the meeting have been enriched by varied programs of parallel events, 16 in total, and presided during Tuesday by the activities of the Forum of the Civil Society. I want to reiterate on behalf of the Executive Secretary of ECLAC my deepest gratitude to the government of Colombia for the warm reception and the hosting of these 2 days, and congratulate its authorities, especially Ambassador Adriana Mendoza and her team, for the excellent and careful organization of this conference. I also want to celebrate and congratulate each one of the participations of the delegations of the countries that shared the most important part of their national advances, challenges, best practices, and current priorities in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. Under this framework, I want to highlight the active representation of the countries in the Caribbean, what is already a characteristic seal of this conference, our solidarity and our best wishes for a fast recovery for all of the Caribbean countries that have been affected by the harsh problems of Beryl hurricane. Also, the enthusiasm and diversity of the participation of the civil society that through their organizations has once again shown the necessary work methods to arrive at a political declaration that, amongst other things, points out to relevant things, that the Montevideo Consensus has been a crucial framework to advance in the protection and promotion of human rights in our region. We add to their call to approach diverse and complex realities of all of the human groups without any type of discrimination. I believe that this political declaration is relevant, but I see no clapping. I also celebrate the initiative of the Colombian government so that the topic of the rights of people with disabilities became one of the central thematic axis of this meeting. And under this framework, I wish to express my gratitude to the numerous civil society organizations of people with disabilities that have come this far for their important participation in this meeting. We think it is very important that they are part of the actors. That give vitality to the issues on the Conference on Population and Development. We have new tasks and challenges in terms of people with disability under the framework of this regional conference. Welcome, group of friends from the presidency on the rights of people with disabilities and the population and development agenda that under the leadership of Colombia will begin to work on this core topic for the regional agenda, population and development. Thank you also to each one of the panelists for giving us their enriching analysis and perspective on the different topics. One, the regional population and development agenda for the 30 years of the International Conference on Population Development and 11 years of the Montevideo Consensus. On the other hand, to the people with disability under the framework of Population and Development Agenda. This far, the context. Now, some deep reflections. The event left several reflections in a global regional scenario that, as was mentioned, is considerably more complex, uncertain, and conflictive than 3 decades ago. characterized because of polarization and intolerance. Under this framework, the Montevideo Consensus is an instrument that reflects the integrality that was presented in Cairo in 1994, but is also the most progressive document of the world derived from the revision of that action program. You have also emphasized the fundamental importance of sexual and reproductive rights. One of the big advances of our region shown in the consensus of Montevideo and the challenge that women should exercise these rights. The intersectional focus also is a significant contribution of the Montevideo Consensus to the Cairo agenda and to the world, and clarifies the roadmap to face complex challenges of the present and of the future. We have also had the opportunity of highlighting the importance of advancing in the implementation on the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, guaranteeing full participation of these people in society and access to services and opportunities without discrimination. And we have reflected also on the importance of networks of care and community support and home care support to guarantee life in community. I highlight as well the debates and reflections on the aging of population and their link with the proposal of a society of care. Without recognizing, valuing, and redistributing care, we will not achieve a dignified life for all people or equality amongst men and women. As was mentioned by panelists and representatives of the countries, it is key also to advance towards policies and systems of care that guarantee decent employment for those that provide care and quality standards for those that receive that care. 11 years after its adoption, the Montevideo Consensus, that is the regional expression of the action program of the International Conference on Population Development, continues to be today, together with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, an indispensable tool with renewed active for the inclusion of everyone in the region, not leaving anyone behind. We conclude this fifth meeting of the conference with a strong commitment and the mandate of promoting equality and the rights of the entire population, inspired on the need of transforming this reality of Latin America and the Caribbean, marked by inequality and lack of opportunities for all. Girls, boys, and young people, elderly people, women, migrants, indigenous people, Afro-descendant population, people with disabilities, and LGBTIQ+, amongst other groups in the population, are and must continue to be at the center of our attention and our priorities. We must also advance towards the transformation of the current development model that is still unsustainable and uninclusive. Down that path, the Montevideo Consensus contributes to the implementation and strengthening of public policies with a human rights focus and a gender perspective that is intercultural, intersectorial, intersectional, and intergenerational, helping to solve inequality in our countries, and a key instrument in the promotion of sexual and reproductive rights of the population. We will go to the third time, the results of our conference. I would like now to highlight some of the following milestones in the agenda and the Montevideo Consensus. First of all, we need to highlight the celebration of the sixth meeting of the office and the complement of the mandates of the resolution that was just approved. In the second place, the continuity of the update tasks of the virtual platform to follow up to the Montevideo Consensus under the framework of the work group to update the platform coordinated by the government of Mexico, to whom we thank for their contribution. In the third place, the beginning of the group of Friends of the Presidency on the rights of people with disabilities and the population development agenda that we call the Cartagena group, that under the framework of the regional conference and under the coordination of the government of Colombia, will dedicate to propose and assess strategies oriented to increasing the inclusion of people with disabilities, and will contribute then to strengthen the protection of their human rights. Constanza, you have a lot of work ahead of you. And finally, we must highlight the celebration of the 6th meeting of the Regional Conference in 2026. Dear friends, having been able to conclude this 5th edition of the Regional Conference with the leadership of the Government of Colombia is the fruit of another one of the seals of origin of our conference, as is the joint work between the governments, civil society organizations, and international organizations. We value this mechanism of dialogue and work that we have been able to conclude together from that very first appointment in 2013 in the city of Montevideo. As the Executive Secretary mentioned, Jose Manuel Salazar, in the celebration of the 10 years of the Montevideo Consensus in the headquarters of Santiago, Chile, in ECLAC, we will continue encouraging this on the Conference on Population and Development. So we're full of satisfaction that the high participation continues to be another one of these characteristic seals of the meetings of this conference. In these 2 days of intensive work at the Convention Center in Cartagena, we have had the participation of 21 members of ECLAC and more than 570 people. Of these, more than 340 are members of civil society organizations. Also, through streaming and social networks, we have had more than 2,300 visualizations during yesterday. I want to say hello to all those that are following the streaming of this closing session. These figures mean something. This is another sample of the great interest in our region to look at the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus in our country and to contribute to the compliance of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development so that nobody is left behind. And finally, this is the moment for the thank yous. Once again, in the first place, to reiterate our appreciation to the government of Colombia that made it possible to have a successful celebration of this meeting with so many promising results. Your work, political will, commitment with the Montevideo Consensus and the Regional Conference made that possible. Our deep appreciation to the UNFPA, together with the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. In particular, thank you to Susana Sotoli, the Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean, for her unrelentless work and will in the task of promoting the rights of all people in the region. And our special thanks to all of the team of UNFPA, Colombia, Latin America, and all the directors of the national offices. Welcome to Cartagena, and you did wonderful work. We need to thank people, but we also need to celebrate. You are in Cartagena. If possible, go to public spaces, meet people, see their vitality, be tourists for a while. That is what development is all about. Experience Colombia, visit Colombia, and take back to your countries your best impressions. We also want to especially thank all the governments in the region for their firm political will to reach the commitments established today in the resolution of this conference. Deep recognition and appreciation to the civil society organizations for their commitment to equality and the rights of all, and in particular of the groups that are most vulnerable. The civil society, you are the sage that nourishes the space for consensus, dialogue, and convergence that our region so much needs. We also want to thank the interpreters, Spanish, English, and Portuguese, as also sign language. And finally, allow me to a special thanks to ECLAC. If the Copa America were to be played, they would win it all. So that this conference could operate and work, A lot of work is behind this, and I want to refer to all of the colleagues of the Secretariat of the Commission, Luis Yañez, Jimena, Karen, Luis Flores, Carolina Jara, Margarita de Rizabal, Catalina Campos, and Alejandra Morales. The Latin American and Caribbean Center of Demography, CELADE, Simone, Zulma Sosa, Pamela Villalobos, Fabiana del Populo, Daniela González, María Esther Novoa, Jorge Rodríguez, and Raúl Holtz that are here, and colleagues that have contributed all their efforts from Santiago de Chile, and in particular, Ordi Weiner and Leandro Reboiras, the revision of documents and publications, Mariana de Nanin, the Unit of Public Information, Marianela, who is here, and Christian, who is also here, Section of IT and Communications, Jose Miguel Villanueva and Rafael Guerra, the Division of Gender Affairs, Lucia Esculo, and the ECLAC office in Spain, Puerto Spain. A big round of applause for all. A wonderful team, wonderful, wonderful team, Brazil, Argentina. So to close, I would like to quote Chancellor Murillo, who yesterday said that the future is a task of all, of everyone. That is what we are doing, and with that commitment is that we return to our countries. Thank you. Let's continue working together, and we will see each other in 2025 at the 6th meeting of the main office on population and development. Thank you to the Joint Secretary, the Regional Director of UNFPA, Susana Sotoli. And you have the floor, Susana.
Thank you. I have very little left to say, as that was an excellent closing presentation from Javier. I would like to recognize the work done by the presiding officers and also recognize Constanza Bejarano Ramos, who is Vice Minister for Multilateral Affairs of Colombia. Javier Medina Vasquez is the Deputy Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Well, we have enjoyed having you here. And also, thank you for bringing a Colombian flavor to the ECLAC offices and now directly here. Here we say it like this. We say, we live here with flavor, with spice. I would also like to express special thanks to Luis Yañez, Secretary of the Commission, who has also guided us during this conference. Simone Cecchini, of course, Director of CELADE, thank you. And also Adriana Mendoza, our ambassador, who has been involved in every last detail. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador. And of course, thank you to the heads of all of the government delegations from Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you to the representatives of civil society organizations, colleagues from international organizations, the United Nations system, to everybody. I would like to reiterate just how grateful we are to the government of Colombia for having received us so warmly and also for their leadership in everything related to this conference before, during, and very shortly. As the chair of the presiding officers of this conference, I would like to reiterate also our gratitude to the whole CELADE team, who are our indispensable colleagues in moving forward with the population and development agenda. Thank you, Simone, and your whole team. And of course, I would also like to recognize my colleagues from UNFPA from around the region. I won't name them each individually, but you know who you are. Thank you very much. A special thanks to my colleagues in each of the regional offices who work with you all and who have also be very attentive to your needs as delegates to ensure that you have everything necessary in order to be able to participate in this conference. We have come to the end of the 5th Regional Conference on Population and Development, and we would like to celebrate the approval of a powerful new resolution which reaffirms our regional commitment to sexual rights and reproductive rights, human rights, the rights of children and adolescents, women in all of their diversities, and that also reiterates how necessary and relevant the Montevideo Consensus is. The idea is to continue to advance with our victories and never take any steps back. Historically, we have also fixed a historical mission. The idea here is, of course, to include a gender and intersectional focus to ensure full enjoyment of rights for people with disabilities. As has been said today, we are in an era of rights, not an era of favors or welfare-based assistance. And so the resolution that was adopted today establishes the creation of the group of friends to the presidency, to the chair, to work with people with disabilities and to continue to work on population and development in Latin America and the Caribbean. And from UNFPA, we will be, of course, ready to assist. I would like to also recognize the efforts, dialogue, and commitment demonstrated by civil society organizations who, with great maturity, very broad visions, have presented a declaration that truly represents the diversity of civil society and calls upon us and commits us to continue to advance with regards to these agendas. Thank you to all of these organizations. Accordingly, UNFPA, both regionally, sub-regionally, and at the national office level, will continue to facilitate dialogue and coordination spaces with civil society organizations in all of their diversities. This is demanded by the Plan for Action of Cairo as well as from the Montevideo Consensus and is also part of our mandate as UNFPA and is aligned with our track record. We will continue to work hand in hand with governments to support them in fulfilling the commitments entered into during this conference and as part of the present resolution. We will also particularly continue to work on strengthening your socio-demographic and vital statistics systems, as well as your national statistics departments, ministries of health, ministries of education, and, of course, ministries of foreign affairs, as well as the range of institutional partners that we have in governments. This is because we believe that diversity gives us great richness, not only in terms of data, but also when it comes to dialogue and participation. Esteemed delegates, we believe that it is of great interest to us all and for all nations to continue to work in a human-centered fashion. This creates the necessary conditions to create healthy, prosperous, and democratic societies. We live in a context which is marked by very complex crises, and so we must come together as this priority has never been as important as it is now. To close this regional conference, I would like to add my voice to the call that other colleagues have made. And I would like to invite you all to continue in this dialogue, to continue to sustain the advances we have made to find collective solutions and to push forward with policies and practices that are truly inclusive and will enable us to confront inequalities and to take the necessary actions for nobody to be left behind. From the United Nations Population Fund, we will continue to work with all of you in order to move forward and reach this goal. Thank you very much. Thank you for these closing remarks from the Regional Director of the UNFPA. We'll now hear from Constanza Bejarano Ramos, the Vice Minister for Multilateral Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. Thank you very much. I would like to offer a very special, very particular gratitude to Javier Medina Vasquez, Deputy Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and also for promoting the city of Cartagena. Susana Sotori, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, thank you for all of your support and for your special support given to the Colombian office in order to hold this conference. Luis Llanes, Secretary of the ECLAC Commission, we are also very grateful for the support received from you and your team in order to make it possible for Colombia to hold this conference in Cartagena. Simon Sekini, Director of the Latin American and Caribbean Demographic Center, CELADE, thank you very much for the support given by you and your team in this process. Ambassador Adriana Mendoza, Director of the conference, without you, this would not have been possible. Thank you for everything you have done. Ministers, heads of delegations, representatives of the United Nations system, also international cooperation agencies, as well as regional and local organizations, leaders who are here in representation of civil society, peoples and communities, and all other special guests. I would like to recognize our brother and sister nations and peoples in Latin America and the Caribbean who are facing the impacts of Hurricane Beryl, which has made it impossible for many of our colleagues to participate in the current conference. We would like to express our unconditional support and our commitment to continue to fight against climate change as a structural issue which is having an impact on our populations. This is an opportunity to once again express our gratitude to the ECLAC team, the UNFPA, with whom we have worked very intensively on this process. We would like to especially thank Luis Mora and his team from UNFPA Colombia, who pushed us to be the chair and hold this conference. Adriana Mendoza, Ambassador, Manager of the conference, and the whole team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Natalie Calonge, Melissa, who is not here, but who was committed to this from the very beginning to holding this conference, and of course, when it comes to the protocol team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, thank you for all of your support. And also, of course, thank you to the press team. Thank you for your commitment and dedication. The impeccable organization of the conference leaves Colombia riding high on the shoulders of all, and will also show the efforts made by our government of change. I would also like to express my gratitude to all representatives of civil society here with us. It is thanks to your voice, your decisiveness, and your energy that we are able to achieve even more when it comes to the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. To all delegates, I would like to pay special homage to the incredible work you have done. We have had 2 intense days that have been full of reflections, and as was said, in the presentation of the second report on population and development, our great challenge is to redefine development in our region so that we can have a more inclusive and sustainable future. Latin America and the Caribbean is a progressive region, an innovative region, and a resilient region. Our spirit of solidarity is the very same spirit that has pushed us forward when it comes to advances with regards to the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus. Nonetheless, we have witnessed the challenges faced and also intra-regional heterogeneities when it comes to the implementation of the consensus. We have some incredible challenges that do not recognize our borders and imply and mean that we must work together. We were able to approve a resolution in which, for the first time in history, and with a historical debt of 11 years, we were able to deal with substantive emissions. We were able to include SRHR for all women in the new resolution, as well as to recognize the obstacle that is faced by paid and unpaid sex work and how this relates to gender equality, and also the demand that statistic systems include disaggregated population information, including gender identity, amongst other matters. We would like to especially highlight the creation of the group of friends for the chair when it comes to the rights for people with disabilities, as well as for work on population and development. We would like to reiterate the special call to action for you to join this group so that we can continue to be a cutting-edge region when it comes to this agenda, understanding that disabilities are not only cross-cutting, but also an issue that requires special attention that goes beyond accessibility, for example, a ramp or an elevator, but rather that we promote and enable the full enjoyment of rights. Civil society, we thank you for pushing forward with the Montevideo Consensus. We will work tirelessly with you to guarantee rights, that this does not have any limitations with regards to race, ethnicity, or sexual orientation. And also, we will ensure that women's rights, women's in all of the diversities, are respected, and that we will always include SRHR. Our region has the honor of having the most progressive population and development instrument in the world. Taking steps back is not an option, as was mentioned yesterday by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. I would like to call upon all companies who are joining us to continue working to move forward with advances in the implementation of the Montevideo Consensus in order to also position our region as being on the cutting edge of population development. Brazil, Cuba, Guyana, Honduras, Peru, the Dominican Republic, Suriname, and Venezuela, I would invite you to come together with us to redouble our efforts. Before closing, it is an honor to announce that in 2025, Colombia will hold the International Family Planning Conference, which will for the first time in history be held in a Latin American country. Once again, thank you to you all. I hope that this conference, in addition to inviting us to engage in valuable reflections, will continue to add diversity to our culture. The vibrant essence makes us in Colombia a global vital force. I must also highlight that Colombia will continue to work, and as has been said by Vice President Francia Marquez, that dignity become the norm. Thank you.
Bueno, de este modo damos por concluida.
We will now formally close the 5th Regional Conference on Population and Development. Thank you very much.